Hey, y'all. Welcome back to another episode of Paranormal Chop Shop. Joined tonight with Spooky and Enzo. What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Man?
Oh, nothing. Just out here chilling in the garage. It's cold.
So what happened? What happened to allow us to be able to get a special Monday night edition of the PCS?
I think we might need a few nights of the PCS here pretty soon. So
Oh boy.
we might have
Plans
to
in
do
action.
more than a Friday. We've been getting requests. So
Very nice.
And then we might even get around to shooting the intro video for the Odd House Network, boys. That's why we got to do some more shows.
What? That's
Whoa.
real?
Yeah, that's a real thing. Hey, yep. Chad and Jake listening from work. We might have Big Willy joining us too around 7 o'clock, about 45 minutes. And
Sun
nice.
Saver. Big Willy, let's do this.
Gemma and Ghostdragons had to back out, but they want to come do the show, guys. So we're going to have to do this again and have them on. And then Gemma invited me to do her show. She's going to start doing a Monday and a Thursday night show. So now we got some competition out there. So yeah, that's cool, man. Can't wait to see Gemma getting back at it.
That's great.
Yep. But yeah, I was gonna have her come on and tell us what she's got going on and when, but maybe she'll do that soon. And then Ghostdragons, he's pretty cool to hang out with. I just like him.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Being around.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, he is.
Jeanette. Angel Wings.
Angel Wings.
Lindsay Penzer.
What's going on?
Change your
Girls?
picture again.
Yeah, Sonny, can you believe girls show up in here?
I know. Chad and Jake's not even here, and the girls show up.
What's up, Will?
Well, now that they're not here, we know we won't be watching hours of car videos.
Yep. I don't know where they get that RC car habit stuff from.
I know. Who could possibly have gotten them started on that? I mean, it is fun, but it's like, wow, we're watching. How many of these videos are we going to watch? Okay. I guess
Peppa
we'll watch
H,
some more.
my neighbor.
Hey.
What's up, Peppa?
Peppa H, Jeanette Sanchez, and myself happen to be neighbors.
Huh.
I'm in the north, Jeanette's in the center, and Peppa's down south.
Have you guys like teamed up and done a lunch?
That's a good idea. We need to do that.
Yeah, that would be good time.
There's plenty of places in San Diego to meet up. That's for sure.
I drove an hour and a half to meet up with my only neighbor.
An hour and a half? You drove to Vegas to meet up with all of us.
Well, that too, but my actual regional neighbor, I guess, because Bottled Water lives a couple hours north of me, and we both met up at the newly stated Kansas UFO Center, which was interesting.
What's going on? So if we start doing this more spooky, we'll have to decide when we can. But are we going to be doing after hours also? Or is that just that could be maybe a Friday night thing?
I think we should just play it and see how it goes. I mean, now that we're in the going into the winter, the colder months, and we've changed the time on the clock, so it gets dark early. And I mean, a lot of times we want to stay. We're night people.
Yeah, or maybe we can schedule some of these shows for later, so Chad could be home.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we need Chad.
Yep.
Yeah, he is an important component to this. He's always fun.
Yeah, he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Big Willy.
Oh,
We are
yeah.
We are lunching. Yeah, lunching.
I'll lunch it.
Brown bagging it. April Fool's Day.
This is how classy and good this channel's gonna be.
We're lunching.
We're gonna have luncheon.
We're gonna be lunching that son of a bitch. 2023.
Odd House Network's going to be launched April 1st. Wait, is that April Fool's joke?
That is an April Fool's thing.
Yep, it's starting it early already. We're going before that.
Big Willy.
Cass, where the hell you at?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be in chat.
Oh, that was another great show though on the forensics mysteries. Akashi Chris and our own Cassie from Oracles and Beyond.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah. Well, we were watching another show.
I was watching it while I was preparing dinner, so that's kind of half watching it, half listening.
We had to watch we were studying another show for the show tonight.
That's right. We had some homework.
We had research to do.
Oh, do we have a topic tonight?
Not really, but me and Enzo were checking out the new Unsolved Mysteries. And we watched the Paranormal Rangers episode.
Yeah.
It was pretty damn
Navajo
interesting.
Rangers.
Yeah.
Do you know how many UFO related episodes there are on the new season? Any idea? I know at least there's the one, but I just wondered if they were having more. I mean, you would think they would know how popular that subject is.
To be fair, the Navajo Rangers one kind of covered everything because that's what those guys investigated. Everything. Ghosts, poltergeists, UFOs, cryptids. They had
orbs, they had skinwalkers. They covered that.
Another
how many miles? It was as big as what? West Virginia, they said there.
Yep, it was the area that they covered for the Navajo Nation, which takes up like that Four Corners area on the map. They said was the same as West Virginia, so it was a huge area that they would cover. And these two guys that are the center of the show, they were kind of, and they even joked about it. It's like they were kind of designated like the X-Files kind of thing for the Navajo Nation, for the Navajo Rangers. And they were very detailed because they showed a lot of their investigations, their actual video footage that they took during the show, and tape recordings and interviews. And they still had like a lot of the original stuff from some of their investigations that they were able to pull out. So they were the real deal. They were, actually, going out there and doing proper investigations.
There's one part, Spooky, where it shows a handprint. It's a punch. It's a punch on the side of a really old camp trailer. So none of them are thick metal, but it's thick aluminum. It's aluminum trailer. And it's a really big fist, and there's tears in it. At first, I thought it was a bear claw, and I told Enzo, I've seen a bear climb up. He actually ripped the cover off of my spare tire, and then ripped the spare tire down. He folded it down, then climbed up on the spare tire and tried to climb up on top of my trailer. And when he reached up and grabbed it, his claw marks had ripped into the aluminum. His claws went through the aluminum, and he couldn't pull himself up. It ripped it out. It cut it. But with those, when we backed it up and looked at it again, you can see that something punched this thing so hard that it rips the aluminum, and then you can see the indentions of the metal where it was in between the fingers. It's sunk in like far. Like you see the lumps and it looks like it hit it down low. That's what Enzo points out. It's way down below the door handle. Like he walked up and hit it like this, and hard enough to rip the metal. I was like, what the hell would that?
It's like,
I don't know what could hit it without claws. They can tear metal like that. That's fucking scary. It's a handprint. You can see his fingers.
You know how that metal that's on the outside of a trailer, it's not super thick, but still enough where a single punch, which I think he kind of did like a uppercut kind of a move.
It looked.
And it hit, because it hit really low, like it was just below the level of, like, right next to it was the door to get into the place. It was just below where the doorknob was off to the side. And you can clearly see the indentations from fingers and where the metal was smashed in so quickly, where the metal was split, where it was like centered on the fingers and then split between the two, or between the, you know, the three different spots there between the fingers. It was, and it was big, real big.
Wow.
Like,
yeah, he put his fist in there and it dwarfed it when he stuck.
He looked like a little kid. Yeah. Like,
and that guy was like 6 foot tall, because his head was at the marker light of that trailer. So he was pretty tall.
Yeah, we were doing our own investigation on that part. We didn't go too much crazy. It's like, wait, rewind it again. Wait, stop. We were doing a Zapruder film thing on the entire thing.
Then the other Bigfoot one, there's this lady home by herself. Well, not by herself, but home with her 2 kids. And she says they live in a trailer, but this is not a camp trailer. This was a like single wide trailer, mobile home. She says you hear something heavy walk up on the porch. And then she said the door handle starts jiggling. She walks over and she goes, so I unlocked the door. And Enzo goes, why the fuck would you do
what
that?
The fuck are you doing? Why would you unlock the fucking door? Even if that was a human on the other side.
I go, she's just like me, Enzo. She's going, who the fuck is jiggling my door? So she pulls the door open. There's a big ass Bigfoot standing there just looking at her. Oh man. And then it came back and did it 15 minutes later. It took off running out into the woods off the porch. It stood there
dumbfounded, looking at each other for a second. Yeah. And then it just darted off.
Well, first it slammed the screen door in her face. It darted off into the woods. Then it came back 15 minutes later, started shaking the doorknob again. She didn't say if she answered it that time.
Yeah, she didn't. Now that she knew what it was outside. Why? Oh, I'm not going to open it again. You should have opened it the first time, dummy.
I told Enzo, dude, I'd have had food ready. I'd have had food ready and a gun and everything, and just open the door and be like, come on in, homie. I got the door. It's going to go 2 ways. It's going to go two ways.
You're like holding up the plate with the gun underneath of it.
Yeah.
Snack?
You're either going to get shot with this camera or you're going to get shot with this pistol. Yeah, that's some scary stuff.
Jack's Link's jerky. I don't know what we're going to do.
Dude, those are my favorite commercials, man.
Messing with Sasquatch.
Yeah, some of those commercials are fucking hilarious. But yeah, there's some brave people out there.
I don't know if that's brave or just dumb. Even if that was a human out there.
Yeah, but when you live in the country like that, most of the time your door's not locked. You don't have to lock your doors out here. It's just, yeah, it's nuts. I don't know what the hell. Fuck, what would you do? I already told you. I felt like before in the mountains when I'm in this fifth wheel. Oh wait, my fifth wheel's lifted, so it's 4 inches taller than most trailers. It's got a 4-inch lit. The shackles are flipped, so it's got lifted 4 inches. So it's already that tall. Plus, I'm upstairs in the fifth wheel part when I'm sleeping. So the windows, like, I can't see through the window. It's above my head. I felt like before I was going to pull the blinds down and look outside at nighttime because the outside light kicked on. I have one of those motion lights on the trailer.
Right.
I was going to pull that down and look. And, dude, I had this weird feeling that when I pulled it down, I was going to see eyes staring back at me.
Red eyes. Just...
But I was like, oh, no, I ain't going to look out there. I'll just go back to sleep. Hey, what's up, Cass?
Hey,
Cassie.
Hi, boys.
Another great show tonight.
Woo!
Congrats. You and Chris are doing awesome.
Thank you.
Yep.
I mean, you can really tell the time that you put into it. There's a lot of research, and then the way you guys present it is really fun to watch.
Well, thank you, Spooky. Glad you see
Hopefully I'm sure everybody here watching us tonight is subscribed to your channel, but if you're not, yep, you gotta follow it.
So we did the Lindbergh baby case tonight, the kidnapping.
Yeah, Lindbergh.
Next week we're doing the Amityville. I can't say it, guys. Amityville horror murders.
Jeez, that's
That was-
spooky.
The Limburg case, that was our code at Kaiser Hospital. If you hear code Limburg over the loudspeaker, that was for a missing baby out of the birthing center.
Oh, son of a goose.
So that's the code they use for
Thank you,
that
brother.
hospital.
Of course.
Aw.
Everybody will subscribe here. So we're gonna I
Who's
forgot to
Rock?
see. I've missed people in the chat. All right.
Good crowd falling in on the first Monday night.
I know, huh? That's not bad.
It's not bad.
Well, what do you know, Melissa Nicole in the chat room?
What?
Wow. Now we're back. The whole family.
Love you, Melissa. Where's she at? Get up here.
I know. She needs to
You
jump on
wanna
here with
tell
us.
Tell us what's up.
Yeah.
Awesome, Will. Thank you so much for subbing to Cassie's channel.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Yay.
Great.
Walt says, I'm the Lindbergh baby.
We found them. Cancel the code.
Cancel.
We've
Cancel
actually had
girl.
that code go off before. You want to talk about a panic? I was like, oh, somebody kidnapped a baby, really?
So it really happened? Like somebody kidnapped a baby at the hospital?
Some little
Newborn?
stupid kid got lost. And
Oh,
it's the same
okay.
damn thing. If it's missing, it's missing. That gave me a heart attack.
Definitely. Huh.
I thought someone stole a baby out of the damn birthing thing.
Chatty! There's Chatty!
That kind of it's creepy that kind of stuff actually happens, though. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
years ago, a friend of mine, his wife was at the DMV with their newborn. Was only been home with their new baby like a few weeks, and of course, as a new mom, still hadn't quite gotten the handle of all the gear and juggling all the stuff and getting everything, all that jazz that goes into schlepping a baby around. And while she's sitting there waiting at the DMV, this older lady sits down next to her, and they start striking up conversation and all this stuff. And they finally call her number. And she starts like picking up all the stuff. And this lady's like, "Oh, it's okay, sweetie. I'll just watch them. You're only going to be up there. What you're going up there for is just going to take a minute anyways." And I'm way back in the numbers and blah, blah, blah. And she hesitated for a second. She's like, "Yeah, she seems pretty nice." As soon as she got up there and started working around, something told her something was wrong, and she changed her mind. She turned around. She had already picked the baby up and was starting to walk towards the fucking
Oh
door.
my God!
And she starts screaming. It's like, "That's my baby!"
Whoa.
I
And
never met a
literally
baby.
that fast.
All the babies in that ward had these little, I don't want to say collars. That's horrible. These little bracelets on. I almost said collars. These little bracelets, but they're on their ankles. And if that baby left that ward, it locked the whole hospital down.
Oh,
It-
really?
Yeah. It locked all the
Wow.
doors.
That's a good idea.
Sadly, before that all came about, I had a miscarriage up in Weaverville, California.
Oh.
Lost my baby,
I hear that.
Oh.
and this nurse brings a baby into me. She's like, "Here's your baby, ma'am." I'm like, "I don't have a baby."
No
have a
way.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes, I
gosh.
could have had
That's
a baby if I was
what a
crazy. Yes,
horrific
this nurse
nightmare.
brought me. Her face turned plum white, and for some reason I started laughing because that's just me. I'm like, it's
Aw.
okay, it's okay. I said, but I don't have a baby, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes, before
what
the
a story.
bracelet.
That's
Oh
amazing.
yeah.
I
I was
tell you,
thinking-
folks, you never know what somebody else has gone through or is even going through.
Yeah. Man, oh, man.
I was thinking, is that my baby? I would have been pissed though. But I mean, that was before all the bracelets and security up there.
Mhm.
So
I didn't know they had that level of security in there. That's fantastic. I'm glad they're doing that.
Yeah. Hey, I used to have to work the front door of the hospital, like the main entrance sometimes.
Mhm.
And I was sitting there, some lady walked up with a stroller. I'm right by the glass doors, like where you would walk out. And she goes, "Hey, can you watch my baby while I go smoke a cigarette?" And I was like, "Fuck no."
No.
I was like a fucking
Yeah.
babysitter.
Yeah, that
But
sounds
yeah,
like
I
a
couldn't
nightmare.
believe that. Yeah, I wouldn't walk up to a security guard and ask him to watch my baby in a stroller while I went outside and smoked. I don't even know that person.
You know, Akashi, we do have an extra spot open on the panel. If by any chance you're bored and you want to jump in and say hi to us, I mean, it's been a while,
I'll be right
but
back,
no
guys.
pressure, no pressure, no pressure. We're just
Couple of shows to plug on
Mhm.
Gotta
there.
see who my dog's barking at. I'll be right back.
Oh, dogs are barking. Everybody wants to see Chris come
Hi,
on.
Jim. Hi, Jim. Woohoo! Big Willy.
Big Willy. Big Willy's back.
Yeah, shower
Big
up so
Willy.
you can get up here.
Big Willie, I've been so busy watching and not getting showered up. I better jump in so I can jump in.
Aww. She's
I don't
outside
know
with
if I'm
Scooter.
more concerned that he's watching us so intently and then going into the shower. Okay.
Yes, Chris. Have some time with Stuart. I love that. Hmm.
Dropped her the link, even though she says she's outside. We're looking at stars.
We can watch stars. That's right. She's out in the dark there in her place.
Exactly, Chris. Rub-a-dub-dub.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm envious of her to have that. It's
The only thing about the star watching right now over here is that it's been getting cold at night. I don't know about over there.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, I mean, you got to really, really bundle up to go out and devote time to looking up in the sky.
You have to let your equipment sit out in the cold for a little while before you use it too, because it'll fog up if you're the heat from your own body touching it and putting your eye up next to the lens and stuff.
There was an interview today earlier this morning with Gorilla Gamer, and he had a guy on there that I was not familiar with, but he was showing some really good UFO footage. And Anthony, unidentified S4, went on there with him as well, and they were having a nice talk about their similarities and some of the footage that they have both gotten that seemed very similar to each other's.
Yes. Yeah, I caught the very end of that before they signed off. They were talking about where he felt like there was someone, like an invisible entity of some type, like sneaking around his house, kind of thing, right at the end.
Yeah, he was trying to point out the noises that he heard.
Yes.
And Gorilla Gamer he felt like he could hear it very well. I had a little bit of trouble hearing it, and I don't think I probably had my audio turned up enough, but yeah, it was very interesting. I definitely will be checking out his. I'm embarrassed to say right now I don't have. His name is 18 Wheel. Darn it. Sightings on 18 Wheel is his.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff before. He's got some good footage.
I'll go ahead and drop it in the link in the chat room right now because I just found it.
Excellent.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about him and not drop his link.
Sorry about that, guys. Somebody was out in front of our house, and I don't know who it was. They pulled away when me and Josh walked out there.
Is that what that helicopter was looking for earlier?
I don't know.
Love you, Jake.
Oh, Akashi, it's no problem. I just wanted you to be invited. I mean, it's a little bit earlier than usual for us, so I thought maybe if you were doing nothing.
I had a blast too.
Yeah, I missed it, Cass. We're gonna have to go back and watch it.
All right. Yeah.
I'll go
back back and watch
Sarah,
it.
before we started the show, the three of us were talking about what an awesome job you're doing, bringing channels
Oh, yeah.
together, highlighting other people's shows, and you're really networking people very, very well. So, all of us really appreciate it, Sarah, all the hard work you put in. And also Walter. Love you guys so much.
Unsung heroes in the background, bringing us all together.
Yep. And Wally's World has some awesome streams. Sometimes they go very long, and the cool thing about it is you can start watching it, and you'll see certain people on the panel. Then you go back to it maybe an hour or two later. Somebody else is on the panel, and there's always something different, happening. It's really cool. Last week there was a really good one where there was about a 4 or 5 hour stream, and I got to hear some of Nas. I hadn't heard Nas's stories in a while, and it was very, very fascinating.
I haven't seen Nas in quite a while.
She was talking about a book that she's writing. Of course, Wally. Love you, bro.
Have you guys ever used a little VR thing, playing like virtual reality stuff?
I've used the one that you can put your phone in on the little lens things. I've used that before, but I've not used like the official fancy kind.
Dana got one, and we were playing. We got to go in a bar and fight all these guys. And, yeah. You get to go on like this big old train, not a train, but a roller coaster, and you get to shoot at stuff. It was so fun, guys. It's so fun.
That does sound fun.
Very nice. Does she have? Is it one of those standalone units where it's just by itself, or does she have it hooked up to the computer?
She just has a little thing you put on your eyes, and the little things you put on your hands, and it's so fun. It's so fun. I was beating the hell out of all these guys in the bar. Yeah,
and that's the important thing.
It was so
fun. Those guys.
Yeah.
I'm imagining Cassie like Kill Bill all of a sudden, just
oh boy,
sword fighting everybody and stuff. Yeah, I guess
actually, people do.
I guess the PlayStation, its second version of its headset is going to be out like January or February, kind of a thing. Which on their new console should be very slick.
Surprised they didn't get that out by Christmas.
Yeah. It's much like a lot of other electronics and stuff like that. There was just a huge chip shortage for a lot of stuff like that this past couple of years, really, from everything catching up in the lockdowns.
Freaky geek. Imagine the viruses you can get off of digital fun. It's funny you say that. I was just thinking how you can't get any STDs from VR. Classic.
Oh, man.
Big Willy was a slick little tongue-in-cheek there, Enzo.
I was muted. Cass, you had the whole headset on?
Yeah, I had the headset on. You had the big old headset on. It's so scary, but fun.
I wonder if Deanna recorded you.
She did. She did. She was recording me. I'll upload some. I'll upload some of it.
Did they mess with you at all? Like you're going like some of those games, some of those have like scary, creepy kind of haunted house type games where it's all dark and you're like trying to move around and then stuff jumps out at you and it's chasing you down the hall. And people freak out. There's a bunch of videos online of people doing.
I almost punched
Nikki's here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Harry Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks. I love that name.
Yeah, that's Nikki over at her channel. She does a show on Sunday. Very good.
Yep, she can sometimes be seen with JoJo Bone on the morning hit show on YouTube, the JoJo Bone Show. No, Morning Mojo with JoJo.
on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
And I believe now on Saturdays is coming up.
Oh, yeah. That's I think he just invented that this weekend where he decided to pop on
That's
this
why
Saturday.
I was kind of hoping that he would come on here today to tell us all the updates to what he's doing, because I think he was going to move the time also on his morning show.
Okay.
Move
know
it
that.
forward a little bit so it's not so early.
Oh, okay. Yeah, JoJo's not an early riser. I'm surprised he was doing that morning show already.
Yeah, it surprised me too.
All
But
right.
pleasantly, because I love, hearing JoJo and have a conversation with others in that time of day. It's cool.
Conundrum.
Yeah, he's doing that classic, just dropping the link, and if you want to come on, you can come on. And it's been a while since I've seen anybody in our circles do that, because strange things can sometimes happen. But JoJo's already the strange thing that's happening in the live stream, so it's not a big change. So.
Yeah, I mean, what could happen?
All the big pervs don't wake up that early.
Ladies
either,
and
so.
gentlemen, we got a rock star in the chat room. Lee G.
Big Lee.
What's up, man?
My grandma was watching that Elton John concert from Dodger Stadium on Disney. It just happened last weekend, and they did this long 3-hour concert from Dodger Stadium. It's like Elton John's farewell tour, and it reminded me so much of Lee. I couldn't help think of his versions of the songs.
I wonder where JoJo is.
I don't know. It's only 8:45, so hard to say.
Very true, Sarah. JoJo is based as hell.
Yes.
I think Sarah is also a common guest on his morning show, as I recall.
She is.
I have a new book. I bought a new book, guys.
Oh, book. What'd you get?
But I can't read it on here.
It's one of those books, eh? Oh.
Yep.
Whoa, all I see is 3 X's. Triple X.
Letters to Penthouse.
Yeah, there's the penthouse.
Just give us the Cliff Notes.
We'll have to read it on after hours. A bunch of different stories.
Yeah, you can tell it's a new book because what's inside is not contaminated the outside of the book. So.
Yeah, heck yeah. Wally says tease.
That's it. May encourage people to want to hang out with us in the after hours show if we want to have Cassie reading us penthouse letters.
There's a bunch of these books, a ton of them. I'm collecting them.
There's a lot of those?
Yeah, a ton of them. Letters to Penthouse. I like them.
Bunch of preverts.
Penthouse. Do they still have those magazines like Playgirl or Playboy and Penthouse and all that? Do they still have those?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Like the actual
Spooky. I have a collection of Playboys back here from 85 to 89.
Yeah, but that's back in the day. I wondered if do they still put out new ones?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's where the money's at. You make the money.
Yeah, but from I think they start there might even be some 84s in there. I think it's 85. And you get to see the bush Spooky go like this.
Slowly disappear.
I don't have
Bush
them
through the
enough
ages.
I don't have them new enough where they disappear. Just into the landing strip.
Okay. I hear it's making a comeback.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what I hear. I mean, I don't know. I don't follow these things, but that's what I hear.
I thought Hef was gone. The book was. The magazine.
Everybody
was
eventually appreciates the stuff from the past, the retro, the vintage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it. It's cyclical. It just comes
Everything
around.
comes
goes
back.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole little bookshelf of these. Letters to Penthouse.
Didn't it used to be just Penthouse Forum was just the letters that would from back in the day? I seem to remember those.
Maybe.
Oh, Angel Wings, thank you. You're so awesome. Angel Wings too is another one that's always she hangs out a lot with Walt on Wally's World and Sarah from My Flock. Angel Wings is usually there too, and she's just the same way. She's about bringing everybody together.
Yeah.
That's Angel Wings.
We like that in this community. Sticking together.
Yep, that's pretty nice.
Awesome community. Heck yeah.
Damn.
What are you guys laughing at?
Whatever it is Sonny's working on is making me laugh. And he's frustrated now.
I dropped my weed. Pissed me off.
Oh, jeez.
Can't be
sound like
with...
coins hitting now.
Dude, you want to see something funny? This is the weed. Daniel LaRusso and Dragonfly Jones. How many people remember Dragonfly Jones?
Wait, did you buy that just for the name and for the characters?
Man.
I would.
You know I did.
He's got like collector's cards now. He's gonna have like a whole scrapbook full of
THC content.
Yeah.
The Dragonfly Jones is some mean shit.
Hurry.
Dragonfly Jones is a character from the Martin Lawrence show. When he would dress up,
yeah,
that's Dragonfly Jones.
Martin Lawrence used to be funny, man. Where did he go? After that show, I mean, barely see him.
I forget, didn't he kind of go a little crazy a couple of times publicly? Yeah,
he did get in trouble. He did get in trouble. I remember him talking about that in one of his stand-ups.
Like it was running around half naked in traffic and stuff. Yeah,
it happens to all of us. I mean, who hasn't?
I know, man. I woke up naked in the street before. Come on.
That's going to be like the third or fourth story in Cassie's book. So I got high and ran out in the street naked. The Swedish bikini teams pulled up with their bus.
Yeah.
Dude, every time someone says something about that, like the bikini team pulled up on their bus, all that flashes through my head is the ending and Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber.
Dude, you don't know how much I hate that ending. I can't stand it. They didn't get on the bus. I'm so fucking mad. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's a lucky day. There's a whole town full of folks that'll be glad to help you out.
Oh my God. Oh, I thought they finally caught a break at the end, and then that happened. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
This is a good time for a show. It's feeling really good.
This is a good time for a show. I have to start doing this more often.
Actually, with this time slot a little earlier than like your Friday night show, you could actually have some guests, probably a greater chance of guests coming in for interviews and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was our original time. I like this time. It's a really good time. But Shad can't be on here. That's why we got to do it later, guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Or I'll just start calling in and saying bad shit about the bolts that I'm buying, and I'll get Chad fired. Whoever this header fucker is you got pushing out these bolts is messing everything all up.
These threads are on backwards.
Yep. This ain't Australia. I figured if the toilet's flush backwards, the bolts thread backwards there too.
They're not backwards; they're just upside down. So.
Oh, okay. It always blows my mind. They say the toilet's flush backwards there.
Big Willy.
Centrifugal force because of the north and south of the equator.
I bet you he's in the shower listening to us.
Doesn't it always seem like Big Willy's in the shower?
Right?
How much time do you think he spends?
I told him he had 17 minutes. That was like 16 minutes ago. You got 9 minutes. Really better dry your ass off.
He's He's got more hair on his face than most people have on their head.
Yeah, no.
It takes a while to take care of that.
Speaking of Big Willy, I would like to take this opportunity, if you don't mind, to remind everybody that this coming Sunday, December 4th, at 1 p.m. Pacific, you're going to see Chad Smith. That's right, Chad Smith. Yours truly, Sonny from Paranormal Chop Shop, and the one and the only up on your screen right now, Big Willy. Going to be with Sam from Arden Paranormal this Sunday. Don't miss it.
Very nice. I haven't seen Sam in a while. Good to see her.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to sit down and chat with everybody. It's going to be awesome. So I will drop the link to that right now.
Awesome.
Arden Paranormal.
Yeah, definitely want to go check out Arden Paranormal. That's some good stuff there.
Boom.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, Sam had to move from where she was living. She moved to another place, and then she was having very limited time with her internet usage. But now I noticed that she's been putting up more posts for shows that she's been organizing, and she's going to be having more regular shows for her channel, Arden Paranormal.
That's good. Yeah, glad she got that figured out. It's good to have her back.
Awesome.
Willie's been in there washing his boys for about 30 minutes already.
No. You mean Big Willie's bits?
Yeah, he's in there washing his tidbits for quite a while.
I mean, with a name like Big Willy, you definitely don't want to be found guilty of false advertising.
He told me before, if you can't get it clean as a whistle, how you expect anyone to blow on it? That's what he told me before.
Oh, Sonny, here we go.
That's what he said.
Kind of a good point, I guess. Yeah.
I thought he was talking about music. I don't know where he comes up with this shit, guys.
What? He wasn't? What? What do you mean? I don't get it.
Can you guys imagine him reading this out to us?
He never said that. I was making shit up because he's watching in the shower.
That'll be the new the hot after hours show. Is Big Willy reads the male parts of your book and you read the female parts of your book.
Yeah. Oh man, could you imagine getting Big Willy on Omegle and just have him reading that book to whoever? No one would leave. Everyone would stay. As soon as they heard his voice, they would just stay and watch.
Yeah.
Just hypnotized.
You could have a whole show, just him reading that. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Oh, twins. We lost 2 boys. What the heck? Spooky, did you do that?
No. The
Both
only thing
went out
I
at the
did,
same
I was
time.
trying to all I did was highlight comments from the. Whoa!
That is so weird. So
We
weird.
got kicked the fuck off or something.
Hey, what
Right?
happened?
I don't know.
I swear I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
No, it kicked me off StreamYard. I had to come back.
Wait a
too.
minute. You mean
I was
people
gone.
got kicked off and I wasn't one of them? Yay! Yes. I better play the lottery.
Hey, we're good.
Yes, I should have been talking about Big Willie's skin flute.
The sex bots knocked us offline. You're taking our business away.
Right?
Let's go live again. Fuck these son of a bitches. We're going right back at it right now. I think is shit still coming up? Yeah, tell them we're going live.
We're live.
We are live.
Oh, are we going?
back.
Oh, no, it's okay. Yep, I'm back clicking. It wasn't clicking for me. I'm back. Yeah, mine was froze.
You and I both, Sonny, got knocked out.
Huh. Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my time froze for a minute. I just
Missing
noticed
time?
it was clicking again.
I would have felt bad if you two would have taken us.
That is really
I don't know what
weird,
happened.
man.
Don't know what happened. Don't be talking about. It was Christina.
both of us
She said,
got
"Oh,
knocked
talk
out."
about my man's stuff and his bits."
Right? That's
They're always
good.
getting us for something. Didn't even show no one burning their ass or nothing. That's spooky.
Oh. What the hell is going on here? Can you imagine if there was a guest tonight? Disaster, Jeanette says.
Yeah.
Both got kicked off.
That was weird. Yeah, it took me all the way out.
Same time.
Nikki says it was the skin flute. That
Yep.
was the comment
Yeah.
that got you.
It was
That was the
skin flute
comment.
that got it.
It had anything to do with me. Why did I get kicked out? Just didn't like my shirt.
You're the closest one next to me, and they knew you had something to do with it. They seen you laughing.
The guy said
The
skin
sweetest-
flute. That and the guy in the ugly shirt. Beat it.
Oh gosh.
I thought it might have been the clean as a whistle one that got me. I was like, that ain't even that bad. I didn't show his whistle. I was just talking about it.
We'll go to something a little more wholesome. We'll go inside.
Man.
Yeah, it's that time of night, Sonny. I got to bounce out just for like 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Go ahead, man. Well, now he's
So-
gone.
Cassie, do you? So, do you guys put up like Christmas decorations or anything like that, or is it like you wait
I
till
do.
a couple of weeks later? Do
I'm
you?
gonna start putting them up soon. Your guys is up?
Yeah, it's right here. This is as fancy as I get.
No, I like decorating. I love decorating.
Do you do like the entire house inside now?
No, but like the
Don't do
tree, all like decorations around like the kitchen and the living room. Oh yeah, love doing that.
Deanna already has the tree up, lights, all that stuff. She did
Oh,
it
wow.
She
yesterday.
does?
Yesterday.
Oh. I'm doing it this weekend.
Not even
my
December.
neighbor. I know. My neighbor she does the same thing. She does up the whole inside of her place, and she spent like all of last week before Thanksgiving hauling boxes up of all of her stuff out of the basement, and just had it sitting there waiting for like
Aw.
Thanksgiving Day to be over, and then the next that Friday morning she's putting everything out.
This weekend, it's happening. I have a lot. Not
You
to
have
bring
to
out.
post a picture or two. I'd love to see it.
Oh yeah, definitely will. Sonny, do you guys use a real tree or a fake tree? That
It's
was my
a real
Yeah.
fake tree.
Real fake tree. Yeah, I use fake tree right now.
Yeah.
I don't like fake trees, but
I don't either. I don't.
They've come a long way. They look way better than they used to back even like 5-10 years ago.
ever since I seen that Christmas Vacation, I don't use real trees no more. I don't want no squirrels jumping out in my house.
Squirrel jumping in your face.
Do you hear that noise?
Or
Oh,
getting
man.
it in with all the sap they're sticking to everything. that's
You've had yours
absolutely
up
true.
for
with a
4
big tree.
years. Oh my gosh. Hi, Matt. Matt, you missed all the smutness. Sorry.
Yep, we were talking dirty without you, Matt.
Yeah. Got smutty up in here.
Wally says he was putting up Christmas stuff on Thanksgiving.
Oh man.
I usually do it the day after.
Garland in one hand and turkey leg in the other.
Gotta decorate. What you doing, Matt?
Angel Wing says she got a law against that.
Lee got his tree up today. That's great.
Enjoy Thanksgiving, and then boom, it's happening.
Santa
Yep.
Claus goes all the way over there, Lee.
I still got my Halloween tree up. It's staying up all year.
Halloween tree.
Have you guys seen the new? Okay, like our Christmas tree. It's not real. You got to put the branches on, but it's big ass, huge sections. It goes up kind of quickish, not too fast. But they have one this lady pulls out of a box. You flip it, the tree's like folded in half, and when you flip it over, it's like a switchblade knife. All the branches fall out. You don't have to do shit.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
like, yeah.
It's like, huh? That's pretty damn easy. I wonder what it looks like though.
Looks like a lot less work, is what it looks like.
Vera in the house too.
I just seen that advertised this year. I was thinking, wow.
I've seen that commercial too. Yeah, I was staying with my friend last week. He doesn't have the internet at his house because he's a little too far out in the country, but has satellite TV. So I got all caught up on all the commercials and shit like that I don't normally watch. It's like, oh God.
I know, man. With that site we use, I use it to watch everything just so I don't have to watch no commercials.
That's it. That's worth it just right there. Just not to have to deal with that. I typically I record stuff on my DVR and I'll wait till the following day and watch whatever the show is I record just so I can skip through all those commercials. I still get pissed that I have to fast forward it through that. I hate it.
Yeah, Deanna was watching Yellowstone when we were watching our show. That was her that messaged. She said, "Hey, what'd you do to the internet?" I was like, "Oh, we're hard
research for the show."
Yep, it's hard lined in here, so we get more of a signal. We still theirs.
I gotta watch that too.
I hear it's really good. I've never seen it.
That's what I heard too. Yeah. What are you laughing at?
So, what about Cassie? What's your rule on taking everything down? New Year's Day or?
I don't like taking it down, but let's see. New Year's, right after New Year's. Celebrate New Year's, have lots of fun, but yeah, like the day after, I like to take it down. I'm like, okay, it's done. What about you guys?
You're tempted on some of those things. Like, I kind of like it where it is. Maybe I'll just keep it up there a little longer. Like, summer, June, July.
You guys sitting underneath the Christmas tree right there with the lights on, just the lights, Christmas tree lights on. It's so relaxing at night.
You're the only one short enough to sit under the Christmas tree, Cassie.
I'm not like totally under it. But I mean, like sitting,
I know what you meant. I was just teasing you.
Christmas lights on. It's so relaxing.
You can't see it because I'm in front of it, but there's like a tiny teddy bear there at the very bottom of this tree.
Isn't that peaceful? Pretty? It's beautiful. I love that.
I'm not decorating out here.
No? Not even a garage fire? Floor fire?
Willie really did send me pictures and videos of him in the shower.
Oh my God.
What?
Lucky I don't put them up here, Willie. I would never do that. I can't watch him right now either because this is how he gets me. If I watch him, I'll know I'm going to start laughing so hard I'm going to have to leave the show.
Silly.
Oh, man. Dude, I can't. I got to turn. I got to move. But I got to even take the pictures. Oh, man.
Hurry up, Willie, get up here.
That's probably chapter 5 in your book, Cassie.
Right?
Stood in the shower with his glistening body. Red hair flying in all directions.
Yeah. Hi, Lindsay.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti time.
Oh, I thought you guys seen Spaghetti Lee in here for a minute.
No. Oddly enough, spaghetti Lindsay Finzer is having spaghetti for dinner. So.
Oh.
Big guy 45. New person.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Woohoo! That's awesome.
We don't recognize that name. That's good stuff.
Guys 45.
I'm trying to catch up in chat here, guys.
Okay, I was like, it's like this is your show, Sonny. We're just sitting here.
I got way
making
far
up stuff to
behind.
say.
I could read.
Okay, there we go.
Just kidding.
No, I got it.
Just
what do you
flip
mean
open
read?
to a random
You
page.
can't read that
page.
book.
Yeah, I can't read that book.
No.
Naughty. Very naughty.
Just make up YouTube approved buzzwords for the naughty parts, and
It's pretty much all naughty.
Yeah, we'd have to get on the buzzer. We'd have to have Chad come home and get on that buzzer.
Right.
oh, it would sound like a Morse code signal
Yeah.
or one of those crappy hearing tests that you can never pass. Well, I can never pass.
It's a naughty. I can't wait to play that VR tomorrow, though. So fun.
You
What
just
is
wanna beat up-
it?
Yeah.
You're beating up trains full of people on there.
You go into a police department for one, and I got my butt kicked in that one. I got my butt handed to me. And you
That's
go
what
into
the
a
5-0.
bar and a bunch of other things, but I only did those ones. And then there's another game where you can go on like I said, you go by all these dinosaurs and stuff, and you're on a, what do you call that? What do you call that, Enzo?
You watch it on. You can watch it on TV. What they're doing.
Huh. What's it to again? What VR system is it?
It's an Oculus.
I don't
Oculus.
know. She just brought it home
Oculus Rift.
today. It's like a white thing you put on your face. You watch it. You got the two little things in your hands. That's all I know.
Daughter's got one. You said Deanna had one, right? Or has one?
Yeah.
What's the name of the actual game you were talking about where you're running around beating everybody up?
I'll have to ask Deanna, guys.
Josh
Look it up.
Josh said he thinks it's called Bar Fight. He's gonna look it up.
Well, bar fight. That's what it says in the beginning. Yeah, there's bar fight, and then there's one where you go into the police station and fight. There's one where you go on a roller coaster.
I totally forgot again. Sorry, guys. That's
Like the
That's
roller
what-
coaster is
that's
fun.
go check your bet alarm right there so you don't lose your bets.
Thought the ice cream truck had pulled up.
Uh-huh. That says that you got 15 minutes to see who's starting. Oh, I missed one guy.
What's
I had
the
it
big
right,
bet for the
except
night,
for one
Sonny?
guy.
What's the big bet?
Lakers against Indiana.
Ooh. No, it's not slimy.
Mhm.
Sorry, I don't know more about it, guys. I'm new to the VR world. But it is fun. It's a lot of fun.
That's it. That's the setup right there.
Oh man, that's $400.
Give it another week. You'll have the VR version of that book because they do make VR porn. So
They do?
They do?
yes,
How do you make VR porn?
I've seen Sims
Yeah.
having
I need
a lot of
a
yeah.
VR headset now. I want to see the porn. Somebody squirted you in the face when you were watching that. You'd never do it again.
right?
Like a cat. You revert. Stop using that.
It was really scary when I first got put it on my face, and you could see like the men walking towards you to kick your butt. It was so scary, guys. I took it off. I'm like, no. But now I'm used to it. I'm like kicking their
Did you
butts.
feel when you first saw it, did you feel like you were immersed in it, like it was really someone moving
Yes.
towards you?
Yes.
Really?
You feel like you're really there. And then when you're on the roller coaster, you're like turning the sides as it goes. You're turning everywhere that goes, every corner, you know. It's awesome.
Wally actually brings up a good point. Did you have a headache or anything like that after playing around with it for a while?
Yes. It just gave me kind of a headache.
Yeah, that's.
You're like-
I feel
you're like
like
really
that's the big. I feel that's what's keeping VR held back is most people kind of get a headache. Because if you think about like other games, I know I can sit here for 20 hours playing computer games all damn day, all damn night. But with a VR headset, even if you're not that affected by it, after like 45 minutes to an hour, you're like, all right, I need a break. It's just too much.
Yes. You're very interactive, like you're really there.
I've never tried it yet.
You get in there in that bar fight and kick butt. You can even pick up beers and drink them. Pick up those beers, you pick up a cigarette. Yeah, you can pick up a pen and write stuff on the paper they have. It's so cool.
Welcome
I
back,
looked over
Spooky.
it.
Thank you very much. I see we got a new subscriber, Mr.
Yep.
Big
just put that
Guys
in.
45.
Bye.
No, I'm
Thank you
sorry I
very
had
much.
to
Very
tune out.
much.
I'm sorry I had to tune out for a second, guys, but I got the bet fixed.
Yep,
You guys want to see the bet for tonight? Let me see how many minutes you got first. So I don't want nobody
Thank
making
you,
this
Freaky.
bet. Oh no, you got 16 minutes. I can't show you guys that bet.
Big Willy. Are you fighting that?
Oh, share with the rest of us, Sonny.
No,
Oh.
you will make that bet on your own. That's where I win a lot of money on these ones, on the LA games. I love the people that bet against them. Dude, I had a guy seek me out for the football yesterday because I beat him in basketball. So I went back and played him in basketball again for $2, and he kicked my ass. So I got mad, and I played him in football again last night for $10, and I kicked his ass. I bet he's pissed. I bet he's headhunting me on FanDuel, waiting for me to place a bet up there. I win a lot. Like, I've had somebody actually message me on Facebook and say, there's no way you could win as much as you do first place. You know, first place wins. And I just started laughing. I was like, okay.
They don't believe that they're that good? Oh boy. Why didn't you guys warn me?
I thought they were accusing me of cheating. Oh, you didn't know Matt was here?
I thought you were still here when he came in.
Yeah, Matt, why are you not on the panel with us? What are you doing, man? You must be working or something.
Uh-oh. Hey, we can have him come in while he's working. We just call it Matt Live on Location.
Yes, Big Guys 45. We love vinyl records. Is that what your channel? Do you talk about vinyl records?
I got 2 of them right behind me.
Do you?
Yeah. You want to see him? Is that what he does? I'll show mine off.
Sounds like it.
I love vinyl records. Love them.
Good Lord.
Oh. Everybody's got to have this one.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah.
Nice.
And this one, you guys remember the Bamboo album? You guys remember this?
I do not remember that.
Yeah, you do, the one with the huge paper in it. Huge rolling paper. It's the original one too.
Wow.
That's the original paper in there.
Cheech and Chong. Love it.
Big Guys 45 says, yes, I post old vinyl records and reviews and vintage commercials and other sorts of clips. It's some really nice stuff. Okay, man, we're going to definitely have to check that out. Let me see if I can find your channel.
Yeah, let's find it and drop his link.
Yep.
I'll grab you up after the show, Big big guy.
I actually still listen to those records, guys. When I got the one with the paper in
I
it,
found it.
that
Mhm.
thing was like brand new, and I listened to it, so it's not quite brand new no
Where'd
more.
you find him?
That one I found on eBay. That one was
Oh.
hard to find.
Okay.
Oh, I bet.
Imagine.
What year is
You
that
can
from?
find them with not the original paper on eBay, but finding that original rolling paper is hard to find it.
Lee likes music. Of course, Lee.
They're banging stuff around in the house. I don't know what they're doing in there.
Is that what that is? I thought it was something that on
Yeah.
Cass's side.
I don't know. Maybe it is. Was there on speakers?
Nope, not here.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Records of- Yeah, the vinyl record
Just,
stuff's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just dropped the link to Big Guys 45s.
Very nice. Everybody check out
There
Big
it is.
Guys 45s.
Big Guys 45 is on the road to 900 subscribers. If we could try to help him
Oh,
out with that.
man.
Oh, look at there. He's almost there.
Yep. We can maybe get him up another 17 subscribers. There's 17 people in here right now.
Yeah.
Well, maybe 16, including him, I guess.
But we've got our secret weapons with My Flock and Walt. They get everybody
that's right.
heading in your direction.
Yeah, that's right. If they blast you out, you'll be there in no
Mhm.
time.
Got commercials on here. I remember some of these commercials.
Oh, it's cute.
I'm gonna beat them kids.
What are you doing in there?
I don't know.
It certainly is, Lee G. It is a struggle to get subs, especially when you're somebody as talented as you. That, I mean, you provide so much entertainment to all of us, and hopefully we've been able to get you a few subs, but you deserve way, way more than you have.
Yeah, but he's got like 30 something in chat each time. He's doing amazing.
Yeah,
telling you.
I was thinking about it the other day. I think it's probably doubled from when I first started watching them.
Yeah.
And I was also noticing that Lee's shows are becoming, he's taken it to another level. It's not just the same songs that he sings over and over each week. He's like doing new things and coming up with new songs and new ways to entertain us. And I really pick up on that. And I think it's awesome. It just shows his dedication.
Yeah, he puts on a great show. He should be way bigger than he is.
Yeah.
I've seen channels, like 10,000 that have maybe 20. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying really numbers are nothing. If you go out and get the people that love what you do, I mean, just keep doing what you do.
Right. You're right about that, Cass. It's about just, it's more about the quality than the quantity, because you want fans that are there for the right reasons.
Yes. You don't just want numbers and then 10 in chat. You want people that love your content.
Oh yeah. Over time, people will find your content. It's just, it takes time to build. And the lower you are when you're first starting off, of course, with everyone starts at 0, well, 1, I guess, if you subscribe to yourself. And then it just takes a while. And it's kind of common though. It doesn't take several months.
Yeah. And if you're not subscribed yet to First Floor Audio, Sarah just dropped the link, and I did as well in the chat. First Floor Audio comes on. The big show is on Saturday afternoons, at least here where I am in the Pacific time. It comes on at 3 p.m. Pacific, and it's a great way to spend your Saturday afternoon, evening.
Yeah.
Does my sound weird, guys?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's your mic.
Like a little rumbly something.
Yeah, a little buzz.
Every time you guys talk, I see my circle move. Boop, 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 boop.
Let's see if I can do
Huh,
anything
that's
for
weird.
that.
Maybe I'll go to chat for a little bit.
No.
I was going to say, you don't have to. It's not that bad. It's stopped
Yeah,
now.
it's not that bad, really.
I just did that little trick that Chad showed me.
Oh, yeah, it stopped.
You guys are so awesome. You want me here. I love that.
Chad is the
Don't
master
leave
of.
us.
He's a master soundsman, so he told me some.
Yeah.
Ladies and
Uh-oh.
gentlemen, from the upcoming inevitably hit show on YouTube entitled Big Willy's Bits, please welcome the host, Big Willy.
Actually, I just showed up. Chad sent me. We gotta shut Cassie down. That audio can't do it. So I'm here on behalf of Chad. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Cassie. I didn't even notice it until you pointed it out.
The sound.
I thought you were
Police
serious
of
because he's like that.
Oh, Chad don't play. You could be the most A-list guest, and Chad would be like, "I'm sorry, we're gonna have to reschedule. I can't do this." I love
You're
Chad.
lucky he wasn't in chat. He would have said something.
He's even critiqued Big Willy's sound. Imagine that.
100%. 100%.
Oh, if you'd have tried to come on Spooky earlier, like when you first came in.
Oh,
yeah.
boy. He might have banned me.
Yeah. You'd have been fired on the spot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I get all the downloads, so I know something broke in the shop, and those guys are in there fixing it and cleaning it. So that's why they're not in chat right now, I bet.
Big
Well, it's
Willy,
usually
I
your
think
fault
that
when you gotta fix
most
it.
people have had a chance to tell us about how their Thanksgiving went.
Oh my gosh.
But we have not had a chance to hear from you.
Yeah, I want to hear how Chicago was.
Oh yeah.
Chicago.
Well, we avoided Chicago as much as possible. We did go. We had a good time. Yeah, Christina's family's there, so there's always a couple Thanksgivings that we hit. We hit one Wednesday night going in, and then Thursday with her grandpa, her aunt, and them, and then back for another one, like a Friendsgiving kind of deal. And Michigan versus Ohio State, the game was a good one this year. If you're a Michigan fan, obviously, because if you're not, then it was maybe a rough one. But the rivalry is back, baby, and for those of you that get that, it means something. So
The big rivalry, Michigan versus Ohio State.
the Ohio State, I'll give them that. They get very particular about that. And in honor of Enzo, I went,
Look at those shirts.
these colors. I was like, I gotta bring it.
Twins.
Twinsies.
Did you guys have to go all the way to Hawaii to get those shirts?
I got a man who ships me.
Oh, you got a guy?
Got a guy.
Okay. You got a guy.
I can't remember what I was watching. I just seen a cartoon wearing that same pineapple shirt, Willie.
Oh, yeah.
Now I
Under the
can't.
sea?
I don't know. No, it wasn't. He didn't have on square pants.
Oh, I don't have on square pants either. What a coincidence. I'm not have pants on at all, Sonny. We don't
Second
know.
Star Survival is asking, who's ready to jingle my bells this Christmas? And whose angel do I need to impale on? Oh my God, I can't say that. Are you serious, Matt? Jesus.
Goodness.
Is he already out flocking the tree? Put that flocking gun down.
Oh, man.
Oh, heck yeah, Lee. Heck yeah.
He's coming on now during the week, not just on Saturdays.
Ah,
And I have not been able to see the weekly ones, so I'm definitely going to have to check those out. Everybody, make sure you're checking out. Go ahead.
tomorrow night.
Is that brand new? I didn't know he was doing that during the week.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wait, what's going on?
Lee's gonna be doing Tuesday nights at 6. What was the
Okay.
EST?
Eastern.
So that's 3 here.
We're the land of smut. Aren't we?
I,
you reading
did
from
she
your book
say
again?
land of smut? Yeah, but it was like a southern accent, and I don't know what happened. It was like from the land of smut.
Oh, the land of smut.
Did you
Not
show
so-
Willie your book?
Oh, let me show you. This is one of my books. I have like 2 right now, but I'm going to get the whole collection.
Oh snap! Letters to Penthouse, the editors of Penthouse magazine.
Oh yeah, baby.
Man.
Naughty.
I've actually been reading for a friend. They've been sending me their stuff, and I've been reading it. They're a writer. And it's yeah. Rusky.
You're reading naughty stuff?
Just, yeah, for them. Like, because it's an actual thing they're doing, so I'm, like, doing little audio clip pieces for them because they want to do a book eventually. I know. They pay me with pizza, so it's a pretty good deal.
Not hard to beat that.
Pretty easy to please. There's a lot of things you can get me to do for some pizza, I'm not going to lie.
So did you drive to your Thanksgiving?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we drove. It should have only been about a 4-hour and 20-minute drive. Coincidence, I think not. But
420?
I know, 420. But going in, we left at like 1 and we got there around 6:30 or something like that, which isn't so bad because we gained that hour, right? The trip back was rough. That was a rough one. We left at 11 a.m. and we didn't get home till 7 p.m. our time. So it was like, yeah, it was a
Just
long.
Everybody heading home at the same time?
It was a lot of stops. You know, a lot of little bladders in there that
Gotta pee. I
we're
gotta
gonna
pee.
do things.
Pee in that bucket. We're not stopping.
That's what we had to do in the old days. They give us a bucket.
Yeah, I thought that was normal. You ever just think about the stuff that you went through in your childhood? Anybody in the chat or on the panel right now? You think about just a couple incidents that you went through with your parents. Seem normal. What have you ever done those things with your kids now? I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying things are great now. I'm just saying my parents once, my dad was such a committed outdoorsman. He never missed opening day, ever. Okay? My mom used to like to go with him too. So you know what they did for us kids? They ordered pizza the night before. They kept it cold. They built a toilet for us. And my dad was one of those opening day you hunt from, you know, the dawn to dusk, right? And we were in a van while they went out on private property. I was the oldest of 5. I think I was like 7. So that means my youngest one, my sister Esther, was 2. And we were in a van for like 5 hours by ourselves. That's wild, right?
That is wild.
I don't think I'd leave my kids in a van. And anybody who's ever hunted on state land knows it's just a free for all. If any of us kids had gotten out of that car and just come stomping through the rushes, who knows? Who knows what had happened?
No orange on.
Car antenna. That's what would happen to me. Just beat me with the damn car antenna. Stay in the car.
How many people have done that? Everybody's had to go pick out their own switch, right? Because that's what they say in the South. They're like,
Yeah,
go get
I
your
did.
switch.
We had to. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You think you're going to be cool and get like a little tiny one? And my mom would go out and like rip half a limb off a tree.
Who said that? There was a comedian.
Get the
that said
Charlie
that
Brown
one
stick
time.
and bring it back.
It was Richard Pryor. He said, "You bring back a little switch, and she'll go out there and she'll beat you with the whole fucking tree."
I love it.
That's what my mother did.
That and the church I went to when I was a kid, all the moms carried wooden or plastic spoons in their purses.
Oh.
'Cause they would light you up with that spoon.
I've seen Billy and Donnie get so many wooden spoons busted across them, dude. It's
Oh.
fucking hilarious. I've seen Billy get smacked in the head with one and it just break in half. They catch an ass whooping for breaking the spoon.
That spoon can get moving so fast. The first couple hits don't, you're not really sure. The body hasn't registered what's happening, right? It's just like a sting. But then the heat comes. And by that time, they're like 10, 15 in, it's like they just light their little fanny up. Times are different, I guess. And we got nothing to complain about. All we got spanked with was switches and wooden spoons. The baby boomer generation, the ones before, I mean, I don't even know what they did to each other. They just they about killed each other. It was wild times, right? You guys grew up in the 80s, I'm sure some of you. I heard it was wild. Anybody could beat you.
In my grade school and junior high, the principal could still paddle you out in the hallway, kind of a thing, for acting
Oh,
up.
man.
Shit, you try that in my school, the principal got his ass kicked. Yeah, not in high school. There's no way.
Oh no, they didn't do it in high school.
Oh, I thought you
Oh.
said high school.
I thought
No,
he did too for a second.
Junior high school.
Oh,
Elementary
junior.
and junior high school.
You still be pushing it. I went to
Yeah,
Cuba.
junior high, they
Those
kind of
kids
waned
like
off
junior
a
high
little
was
bit
like
in junior high.
6'3".
Papa Willie.
Papa Willie's telling them family secrets.
That's
That's
what I
why
was talking about. Was I lying? Was I lying?
That's why Papa Willie sits behind him with that big stick. When Sonny acts up and the camera goes off for a minute, Papa Willie's cracking him. Get it together, Sonny.
With my wrench. It's down here.
Bring that
like
thing
this.
down like Moses' staff.
Wally's World says, I got hit with anything Mom and Dad picked up, including other children. They just take some of your siblings and just throw them at you.
Pot,
Get 'em.
fans, chairs. Yeah. It was,
Lee Blog 0161. Good morning from the UK. That's UK, right?
No, that's Green Bay.
Great
He's in
Britain.
Green
Need to
Bay.
Put my
Green Bay.
glasses
He's
on
over
here.
drinking the cheese and the beer. Much like Great Britain, if we think about it.
I don't think that's Great Britain.
Well, I think Great Britain loves their beer and cheese, right? Lee Blogs, do you like cheese and beer? Let's see what he says.
Well, it can't be good morning.
UK. I was right.
UK.
Thank you, Lee.
Nobody announces that. Nobody's proud. Nobody comes out and is like, oh, guys, I just want everybody in the chat to know I'm from Green Bay. Don't be too jealous.
it's got the cheese hat on.
Aaron Rodgers, one time, I seen that guy from a distance
Oh yeah.
through my binoculars.
Was he glowing?
England. I'm a whiskey man myself. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we like the whiskey too, Lee.
Nothing wrong with a little whiskey.
Harry Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks. Oh, my gosh.
Man, isn't that a great name?
That is the best name to say. It's so fun to say.
That Big Willy, I don't think you've had the pleasure of meeting Nikki from Harry Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks.
I have not.
You can catch Nikki on her channel at Harry Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks. Yes, I do like saying that. And also you can catch her on sometimes on the big Morning Mojo with JoJo.
There you go.
Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays right here on YouTube.
That's a lot better than the first name he told me he was going with.
There might have been some talking off the bridge, just a little bit. Some of the suggestions.
I drink Jameson's. Sounds good.
Jameson's?
love-
Nope.
I would
No
love
more
to share one
Jameson's
with
for
you.
me. I
Freaky
drank a
geek.
bottle of it, and that was enough for the rest of my life, I'm pretty sure.
They are, but that's what makes them fun to say, right?
Everybody has that one bad time with that one thing, and it's like never again.
Oh, I hit it twice.
Mine is tequila. I cannot even stand the smell of tequila now.
That's the other one, but it's not even just tequila. It's got to be Cuervo Gold. I can't even look at the bottle. I don't even want to see that bottle.
Yeah, I had a weird drinking experience actually getting ready to head out to the drive in Illinois. I've never had this happen before. So let me see if this happened to you guys before. Who was I on with that night? Oh my gosh. I was having drinks. Sonny? You? Chad, maybe?
I remember you were on with us before you left.
Oh my gosh, yes, because we were watching Graham Hancock, right? And it was Sonny, Cassie, Chad. Spooky, were you there?
I can't remember what I think the last time I hung out with you was when Just
Wednesday.
Rogie was with us.
Okay, so not that night. Well, I was drinking, and I did have some tequila, and I didn't even have that much. I had 2 tall boys. I just came into my drinks. I never threw these out. We're still in here. This red grapefruit, right? This whatever this is. It's like a pre-mixer, right, for margaritas. And I woke up in the morning, like 3 hours later to drive. Not feeling good.
my God.
Not feeling good for that road. And here was the worst part. I've never had this happen in my life. What's the thing in the back of our throat called? The uvula or something? Whatever the thing is.
Uvula,
It hangs. You got to find. Okay.
The
That
dangly
thing
thing.
was so swollen. I've never had this in my life. It was so swollen. I had my wife take pictures because I'd never had this happen in my life. And I looked it up. They said apparently if you get a little too dehydrated and you drink too much, specifically tequila, your uvula can swell. I was like, why is this a thing?
Yeah.
I never even heard of that.
Didn't
Yeah,
even know you had a uvula.
yeah, it was back there. It was letting me know what was up.
Apparently, his is well documented now.
It was a third tonsil for a little bit. I mean, it was stuck to my. I woke up. You know when you wake up from too much drinking and you haven't drank enough water and it's like dry, your throat's dry. That I'm slowly waking up, realizing I've got to drive. I'm not ready for it. I've made mistakes. I know I've made mistakes. Oh, my dad came on. Scott came on. That's right.
Yes, he did.
That
you were
was the
there.
night. We were talking about that earlier.
That means we were all messed up. That means we were messed up because
Oh, yeah. We were lit.
Can you
No
remember
doubt.
Matt.
It's so. I'm trying to swallow, and I'm like, something is. Like in the morning when you ever cough something up in the morning, you just gotta cough out a little bit.
You're gonna give this kind of ammunition to
I
Matt's
know, I'm
Second Star
cutting that
Survival.
one.
Yeah,
that
you
one's
gotta
getting
have it.
cut out and
Jesus
looped
Christ.
over and over.
Could have cracked it in you. But I seriously was trying to pull up whatever's in my throat, and I'm like, something's really in there. Something's attached to the back of my throat here, and I'm trying to get it out, and I'm like, something's like it's up on my tongue at this point, and I'm like, what is going on? And I finally went and looked in the mirror, and I was like, I almost had a moment, I was like, babe. It was the weirdest thing ever. She was just laughing at me. I mean, she was pissed, but she was also laughing at me. I'm like, look at how swollen it is. It's just hanging there. What is this? It was awful. It took like a day and a half to go down.
Wow.
Strange.
I had
Very
no
strange.
idea.
What is Matt asking you?
Have you ever had a cracking in your throat?
Yeah, what is that?
Look at Jenna. This is taking a turn real quick.
Oh my God. What is Wally talking about? Nothing worse than Dr. JoJo Dermatology 101. Was that one of the
Not even
actors for the
me.
name? Oh, man. So anyways, that was how my Thanksgiving began.
And that's how you drove all that way?
Oh
my
yeah,
God.
that was a rough drive.
That had to have been that 4.5 hour drive was like 12.
Oh yeah. Well, that first one, was about just shy of 6, and I was very glad when we made it. I was done. Oh man.
His wife said, "Babe, can we turn on the radio?" And he said, "Are you fucking crazy? And stop yelling at me."
Oh, she wouldn't care. She believes, and I believe in it too. You get what you get, right? You do something, you're gonna get what you get.
There's always repercussions for your actions.
That's right.
You also had-
Wally.
What?
Sorry, I was just saying that was right. He was talking about when you and JoJo were showing those cysts. Remember that night? You guys were looking up videos. You guys were looking up those big boil videos. Yeah.
Had Dr. Pimple Popper or whatever videos going on.
Yeah, Murray. I prefer that name. Your punching bag sold up Big Willy. Yeah. That's what I was
Wait a
calling it.
minute, all this happened that night when I popped into the chat for like a few minutes in the early part of the show.
No, because you had been MIA for a little bit, because we talked about it even that night. We actually went live
right.
for a little bit. Oh, no, you did pop in the chat. See, that's how. Wow.
I was freezing my ass off. I had to
Yes.
walk out by the road with my phone over my head. I got 2 bars. This is exciting. It's the first time in a week and a half I've been able to.
Lee G, have a good night, man. Thank you so much for stopping in with us. I know it's late over there.
Lee.
We'll check out your show on Tuesday.
Love you, brother.
Chatty.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have
God.
Chad Smith. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. Chad Smith
Who?
is the host of the Chad Smith podcast and other shows.
Such as Chatty Daddy.
Just happens
But you
to
got to
be in our
subscribe to know about
chat.
that.
Is he just starting out? I've never heard of him.
The crazy part is we're telling that drinking story like I just went ham that night. I only had 2 tall boys and a margarita. Okay, it wasn't like I went. I didn't go. I've done way more damage, but apparently at age 30 or just over 30, it says it's enough. There's an internal clock that just says you're done. You can't do that stuff.
Well,
some
just
of us
so
are
you
not as
know-
gifted as
Saturday.
Enzo.
And it's-
Yeah, Enzo, we wouldn't know if you were drunk if you weren't, or if you were if you weren't. I mean, you're always the same.
If I had a live cam going down the hallway to the bathroom when I do take those breaks, you could certainly see how drunk I am.
Just doing the wave back and forth.
Doing the pinball down the hallway.
Yeah. That was the weird part, was I lost some equilibrium that night, and I don't normally ever. I was like, what is going on? Lightweight. But that's okay.
Yeah, I'm fine until I have to get up, and then it's like, oh, wow, I just maybe slow down. Nah.
Yeah, I've lost my equilibrium before smoking some weed. That happens.
Yeah, people say that doesn't happen, but that's a lie. That definitely happens.
You mess with some Dragonfly Jones, and he will get your ass.
Dude, did you like that song I sent to you earlier when you sent me? LaRusso? Oh, man.
And no, I didn't like it.
You didn't like? Oh, you hated it. I know. I was waiting. I was like, he's gonna hate this.
It was techno.
Techno rock, though. That reminded me of the Jack Black song. Which one was it when it was like they're singing about all the things that's trying to destroy rock? He's like, I think he said techno tried to corrupt the rock. Isn't that the line from the techno part?
Oh, I love that movie.
Tenacious D. We all know Matt's got some Tenacious D Second Star Survival. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm only familiar with the greatest song in the world. A tribute.
Yep, this is just a tribute. Damn, those guys they're still going.
I would go. I've never gone to a live concert, and I would probably go to a live concert of them. I would maybe make them my first. Really let them pop my cherry, you know.
Damn. I seen Cheech and Chong live.
They're a band?
What was that?
They're a band. Yeah, actually, they sing music. You're right. I seen Cheech. This was only like, dude, this is not that long ago. It's 10 years ago, maybe. So not too long ago. Not even 10 years ago. Probably 8 years ago. And he came out on the stage wearing that pink tutu. Old as shit. Dancing. Hopping around in it. It was fucking hilarious. I can't believe he still puts that thing on.
Hey, Spooky, help me. I'm having a thought here, right? Tell me what you think. I'm just going to bounce it off your raw. Here we go.
Go for it.
So
I
see Chad was talking about making a separate channel just for the really raw, dirty, raunchy stuff, right? And
Yeah.
immediately in my head was like, okay, hole. And then I thought of, there once was a hole and in that hole lived a hobbit, right? Or something like that. And I'm trying to figure out which name would best fit in that hole. Is it just the dirty hole? Is it a chatty hole? What kind of hole is this?
I don't think you can top Chatty Hole.
Chatty hole?
That's pretty good right there.
That's going to get the chat room talking.
I mean, and it could be a play on the words chatty. So it's like chatty hole, where you're doing some chatty. I don't know.
I like that.
Dirty chatty holes.
Should we start calling our chat room Chatty Hole?
They could be our chatty hole.
Chatty hose.
Pimp daddy chatty. That's what that is right there.
Dirty baddies in Chatty's hole.
Oh yeah, so guys, speaking of that though, April 1st. The Odd House. The Odd House, baby.
I'm not believing that one.
April 1st.
April
That's the new launch
1st.
date. Save your
April
return
1st.
money. Save your return money. April 1st, 2023. We are launching hard, all of it.
Lunching.
We'll be lunching and launching. I don't mind launching or
Round bagging
launching.
it.
Whatever we're going to do. But just put it out there. Just put it out there.
Big Willie,
And,
do you think it's about time that we have a Odd House Network staff meeting?
We probably should. I actually talked to Ben for a while today on the phone. We talked for about 20 minutes. So there is some stuff. So we can all talk about that, off air.
Oh, definitely.
Where we're really mature. You guys think we're all like fun and games. The cameras go off. You should see how serious things get.
Yep.
That's
There's
scary.
Bring
a
out the
lot
numbers.
of stuff in the works, man.
We start crunching the numbers. We start smashing the numbers.
That's right.
We do
Very
everything those numbers want. Yeah.
Well, are they
What are we
crunched?
talking about? What do we
What happened?
You were lying about Odd House.
No, I'm not. I swear to you guys, this is the truth. April 1st, which just coincidentally enough happens to be some know, April Fools, but it will be henceforth known as the day that Odd House launched.
Nice.
It's gonna be a big deal. Got some stuff going that way, guys. We got spreadsheets, we got calculators, thanks to Gordium85. Thank you, by the way, buddy, for sending those in the mail. I know it costed a ton of money to send those.
So is April 1st going to be like everyone that's on the network is all going to be on at the same time to introduce themselves and describe what their shows are going to be? And
well, you might even do a pre-game to April 1st. April 1st will be the start of the official, hey, guys, you can count on this content every month this week, that deal. And then there might be a big powwow prior to that. Or maybe we'll just make the first day, April 1st. I don't know what day April 1st even falls on. What day is that, guys? Let's look that up. I don't even know what day that is, to be honest with you.
April 1st.
You're right. April 1st is a Saturday. So, heck yeah, I say we just do the thing. We do the thing and we do it live.
Yeah.
And we go hard.
Do it hard.
Do it so hard.
Has there been a full release of who is going to be involved with the
Very good question.
Odd House?
Not just yet, because there have been some late ads.
Oh, ads.
And some other things that way. So we haven't officially dropped that. We'd like to have that completely solidified to drop that maybe around New Year's of who would be officially with the group. But, at this point, no, it is not fully official.
Is Chad still with us, or did he get fired yet?
We had to keep him around because Chad's still with us.
Chad has to haul around the Odd House equipment like a roadie in his new little truck.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, some of you might see. I like that. I don't know who put it up there, but yeah, this will be some of the symbolization. 666 kind of stuff. Whatever we can get up there. I'm just kidding. So whoever goes on, this is a little sneak peek into what we're doing at the Odd House. Whoever goes in there, right? Whoever's live at that particular time will have their little symbol up there in the right corner. So for instance, this is Chad. So when Chad is representing the Odd House, he would be up there. We got the Spookies. And I apologize, it might be this one. No, it's definitely this one. Then this one. And like I said, there's still some other ones that are getting set up and taken care of that way. But yeah, I'm excited. I think it's gonna be a good time. We've got a new I don't know if you call them a producer. Is that what it's called when somebody like a network producer? Is that what they're called?
Mm-hmm.
Producer?
He's bringing the mojo.
Oh my goodness! Warn me next time. Good
That's
lord.
what we crunched those numbers. That's what he looked. No, we showed him the numbers, and that was the face.
Yeah.
He said, "Go live now," and I said, "No." We wait.
Drop it like it's hot.
We tease. Every great performer knows the tease is the performance. The final reveal, it is nothing without the tease.
I know.
And the tease can be ruined with a poor final reveal.
If we do a calendar, I got the perfect pictures.
We might be, guys, that's a real talk. This is a speculation, but
I meant the ones you sent me earlier. I got pictures like that naked in the shower, guys.
Yeah, that topless Kitty Tuesday, that ain't gonna fly with me.
I didn't even send it to you, Spooky.
Yeah, we will not be doing any topless Titty Tuesday here.
Well, listen, they don't even need that. All they need you, Spooky, is just maybe from like the calves up. You can advertise our socks. You can be our calf and foot, model.
I can be a foot. I can be a foot
fetish
model.
person. Yeah, the spokesperson.
Hi, big guy.
Spokesfoot.
We're winning on the bet already. We're already.
He's lying. Look at those numbers are blurred.
Come on, focus.
Sonny, you know you can make yourself.
I've
a
seen
big
better
screen.
Bigfoot pictures. Come on.
I know, man. I need a new damn camera. Chad's right.
We can't see that, man.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Oh, here we'll even try to help him out. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh,
don't
there you
move.
go. Nice.
We're moving up.
D559 Bears fan.
Now you guys can look at the bet. Now you guys can go bet those guys. Shut that up now. get better now.
Hey,
For all you disbelievers out there.
he would.
Guys, if you guys missed my show tonight, can you watch it later or
Oh
tomorrow?
my gosh, I will go.
I certainly will.
Thank you, guys.
Which one?
I don't know if it's on yet, but we did a show tonight.
What did you-
Forensic Misfits. The Lindbergh baby kidnapping.
Oh yeah, because you changed the name, didn't you? That's what happened the other day. That's why I didn't. Because it used to be formerly known as Wine Time Prime Time, or I'm just kidding.
Wine time, prime time. Was now it's Forensic Mystics. Me and Chris. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Dropping the link
Wait a
right now in
minute,
the
is-
chat, please. Everybody,
Thank you,
make sure you're subbed and check
Okay.
out the
I'm
shows that they've already
actually,
done. The one for Maryland was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. That's awesome. And then Willie, you and Chatty have a show coming up too, don't you?
We do. Yes, we do. We have. I think that's next Sunday, actually. Chad's going to have
What's up,
such a busy
Michael?
Sunday next, guys, because he's got his own card readings he does with Jamie in the morning, right? And then we're on with Sam. All of us are on with Sam. And then Chad and I, let me just pull this up. Chad and I are doing a show, and I believe, hang on, it's going to be about the Edmund Fitzgerald,
Oh, okay.
which was a really bad.
F. Fitzgerald.
So we're going to have a sing along then, where the song
Come
that's
on,
actually
baby,
told
come
in real
on.
time with the actual wreck of the.
But yeah,
That's
it's
so
so.
odd.
I think I'm doing some of the reading on this one, but Chad's kind of heading up the research on this one. I'm gonna probably really start digging into it this week just a little bit, so I'm more familiarized. But yeah, we've been doing that'll be the third episode of Mysterious Michigan.
Yeah.
Is that what is that what we've been calling it?
Somebody looks a little
Sorry.
bit surprised by that.
Mhm.
He's like, "What? What you talking about, Willis?"
Spooky, we need to jump in there and crash one of these shows when they're doing it.
We can do it. We can do it. I think we should. Just go in there and make a total cluster bomb of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How dare you do a show without us?
You've been
Listen.
jamied.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, Mysterious Michigan. I had to double check to make sure that's right. Yeah. But yeah, it's a different vibe than this. This is a lot of fun. This is just hanging out. Not that what we do isn't fun either, but we do a little more of like presentation kind of stuff. Very similar to what Cassie and them have been doing. And but we focus just primarily on Michigan. That's our jam right now. And if you guys, like Chad said, want to send them an email or myself, you can reach out to me or find me on Facebook. And if it's related to Michigan, we'll probably cover it. Unless it sucks, then we're not. Just
Not gonna
Yeah.
suck.
Mysterious Michigan is the name of the show. The show is broadcast off of the Chad Smith podcast.
Correct. Yeah, and then the one after that will be about the big 1994 UFO flap that happened there in Michigan, which that's exciting because there's more audio clips to that. The national weather broadcast was, tracking them on radar. You had the phone calls of the sheriff and the deputies to the National Weather Services. They were tracking it, and that's been released. So I mean, it really sucks too because even into 1994, I mean, this guy's life got ruined over this. His job, he was made as a total joke, and even with the radar tracking it, it's crazy.
Man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Chris
I
Jarvis.
dropped the wrong
welcome.
link.
Please subscribe. Please, can you subscribe?
Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yeah. Edmund Fitzgerald. Isn't that the author guy?
No, that's the lady that was married to the president. The third. Which one was it?
I remember F. Fitzgerald. That's all I remember. F. Fitzgerald. What did he ever do to you? From Ted. That's what it was.
That's the one with the song that's like told in real time compared to the wreck. So it's like a 40-minute song or something like that.
Yeah, it's Francis Scott Key Fitzgerald. F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Super random question,
Yeah,
but
that's it. F stop. That's right.
do you guys think different comedians would have fared well in this day and age? Like going way back, like I don't know, Laurel and Hardy, some stuff like that.
Would they be good today, you mean?
Yeah, like could have they done the comedy they were doing like on what's the TikTok and stuff? You know what I mean? The Three Stooges,
Those are
that
the-
kind of that.
Yeah, those slapstick style things, I think, would probably still translate.
Yeah. Like the Who's on First, do you think would probably still hold up pretty well?
Oh man, that's still funny.
Yeah, it's as long as baseball's still popular, that'll always be funny.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, yes, Gordy 85 actually was just watching a clip of his today in an interview. They were trying to make him look like a fool on like Nightline or Dateline or something. He was on one of these late night shows as an interview, and it was hilarious because just every time that they would like, here's the thing to stick it to him, he would give a rational answer, and instead of addressing that rational answer, they don't do it. They're just to the next thing.
Move on to the next thing.
But yeah, if people don't know him, like him or hate him, whatever. George Carlin called things out a long time ago.
Yeah, George Carlin, I like him.
He certainly got angrier as he got older, but he was still right with everything he said.
Yeah.
I wish so bad. I'm sorry. I just feel like I must address this. Everybody is asking. I get emails. I get texts. Everybody in the world, actually, around the world, is wanting to know what happened to the Chad Smith podcast, Smutcast. Smut stuff is what we called it. Unfortunately, we've had to put that on hiatus for a while as we try to understand better the limitations that YouTube has for what's acceptable and what isn't.
The algorithm kicked him in the ass. Yeah.
Pretty much everything that I was putting up was illegal.
Everything.
I would say this too, and this is some of the things that may or may not be coming with, obviously with the Odd Houses, we're still tweaking that a little bit, but there will be some more private things that can be shared there that don't stay long term, where you could be involved in a lot more. So I think there was a couple things we were looking at ways we could kind of get around having to limit ourselves that way for those that so want to indulge in the smut stuff, because apparently it was a much needed thing in their life. What did you guys I never caught a smut stuff episode live once. I never did.
Oh man, let me take you back
because of working and stuff,
Don't tempt me. I mean, I've got it all planned. I've got everything ready to go. I've got it at the ready.
I feel like
special
stuff
folder
is always there. I feel like I've got. It's just there, right? Spooky. Like you said, you have a special folder, right?
I do.
Of memes and videos, right?
Oh yeah. A lot of twerking going on. A lot of failed bikini slips. If you know what I mean.
Oh man.
Oh.
Accidents do happen.
I don't think I can bring that up. Never mind. I'm gonna let that go.
Yeah, let it go.
That's the
Dude.
thing. Yeah.
Don't get yourself in any trouble here.
Well, I wasn't gonna show anything or say. I just wanted to know if you were aware of you brought up bikinis and it triggered a memory for me. Those big. Everybody's seen a banana hammock on a gentleman before, right? Everybody, it's there. Some guys should wear it, some shouldn't, but everyone wears it. It's okay, and you can take that however you want. That's your personal interpretation. But have you seen the claw, where you don't get the full banana string to hip action? You just get the claw reach around action.
I've seen
it's
that.
got a string in the back. Cassie knows what's up.
Where are you shopping, Big Willy?
Yeah.
I remember the first time it ever got advertised to me on Facebook.
So it's an underwear shaped like a hand.
Facebook is dangerous as hell, man.
No, Sonny. It comes from the side.
It's a reach around.
It's like literally reach around. It's
what?
I so badly want to pull up a photo of this for you guys.
Be right back,
oh my
guys.
gosh.
It covers his wing. There's no. It wouldn't. It covers. So he says, I don't want to see that.
Did they make them with two hands?
Some people need two hands.
Oh my.
What's up, Cassie?
I seen it on the internet because you can see everything on the internet.
She said, "Where, Cassie? Where? Send me the link."
I think it's no. Those pictures of like older guys walking the beach with them.
Michael says, "Not a wing wing."
Wing.
Wing.
Listen, my favorite thing, you guys were talking about changing words earlier. That's my favorite thing to do, right? You know, like I don't swear and stuff usually. So my whole life is just changing swear words into other words. So we could do that. We could all take turns reading some stuff and we just change the words. And it's funny at that point. Right? Think about a line from your book, Cassie. I don't know what your book says, but if it's setting the scene and as he pulled out his wing, you know, like that is a hard, if you set it up for that.
He grabbed his wing and he said, "You mother trucker."
You mother trucker.
Oh my gosh.
As he went from her log maker to her baby maker.
The maple syrup began to run.
Oh man.
I said, "Butter my biscuits harder, baby."
Carol, you didn't see my book. Got some new books.
Oh, go Carol your books.
Show Carrie your books. Show them books.
One of my
Show
books.
us your books.
Oh yeah. Letters to Penthouse.
The porno book.
So I am a little curious though. So it says letters to Penthouse. Does that mean that it's like what exactly like stuff that people just wrote it in as a suggestion, like or their own personal experiences that they had in the real world and were like, I need to put this pen to paper to Penthouse.
Yeah.
Special letters
They were-
handpicked for their
They
extremely
were humble brags of people that went out and had sex in some wackadoo way that was probably fake. So,
Oh, it's taxi
In the
cab
words, in the
confession.
words of Gordium 85.
That sounds
Dear
something.
Penthouse,
yeah.
today I was railed behind a garbage dumpster.
right?
Again.
Again.
Hey Penthouse, it's your me again. It's me.
It's me again, Penthouse, Dumpster Doug.
Dumpster
Oh
Doug.
my
That
God.
sounds like a garbage pail kid. Dumpster
Man.
Doug.
I haven't really dived
I
into
just
it.
now noticed. Here's the
Does your
sign.
wing hang low? Does it wobble to and fro?
Wing, wing.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna put that on the next time, right? For Christine and I, I'm gonna hit the button. We put the fire on the screen, TV. Hit the next button, and that'll be what it'll be playing. And those are the words I'm gonna
Hang,
sing.
hang low. Does it wobble to and fro?
And I'll be wearing the claw. I'll be.
Ah!
Yep. Wearing the claw. With the red bush.
I listen. I looked at that thing, and like I said, this is my own personal opinion. Anybody, regardless of size, is not going to be comfortable in that thing. I mean, it's the most ridiculous thing you can ever view.
Huh.
If you
It's
haven't done
weird.
yourself a favor, look up. I think it's called single strap male banana hammock or something along those lines. And it is. I mean, you just look at it,
Ridiculous. It looks
and you're
ridiculous.
like, oh, it is so. It's like why would someone? The design just doesn't make any sense. I mean, you have to clench your butt cheeks the whole time to keep it on. That is the only way. Or perhaps it's a plug as well. You plug and play. You know, you plug it in and then it stays in place. I don't
I wonder
know.
how it stays on. I mean, I know the front goes on your wing, but
Right. And then you got the
back
and
too.
that's it. Well, that's what I'm saying. Either the butt cheeks got to clasp it like Tarzan did with the ropes. How he was holding what's her name and he was swinging in the air. We don't know how he's hanging onto the vines. Or it's like a butt plug, and it just plugs and plays.
Oh, wow.
That would be my selling point to it.
What a time to come back in, right when I hear Big Willy saying my butt plug.
It plugs, it plays. If it dies, it
Plug and
dies.
play, he said.
Oh, here we go. Wally said, look up G-string jockstrap.
Oh, G-string.
Somehow I think if I do that, I'm going to end up on a list.
Listen, do it. It will
Yeah,
change your
don't do
life.
it.
That's not how jockstrap works.
Wait, Carol says. Wait, there's a story here, guys. Miss Carol. True story. My ex wears a thong on the daily.
Oh, okay.
Haywood says the banana hammock is a survival tool. Now, is it really? To be fair, it has gotten us through, right?
Well,
Take
if
it off
anybody
and use it
knows
like a slingshot.
survival, it'd be Mr. Matt.
David Carradine.
Take it off, use it like a sling so you can slay giants, like in the Bible.
That's right. He took
David
Goliath
slew
down
Goliath
one
with
of
his
nuts.
jock strap. Just to add insult to injury.
He took him down with one of his nuts. And so
The smooth one. Remember, it said he picked the smoothest.
he picked the
right?
smoothest one. And
Of the 5. Well, he was very young at the time, so it was probably, probably not fully developed there. That's what was going on.
In context now, I just assume that means it's shaved. So it's
Exactly. Well, yeah. I mean,
And that's one thing the Navajo didn't say anything about was giants. I don't think they brought that up.
no, they didn't bring up. They brought up everything else. I think.
wait, are you guys being serious right now?
Yep.
Yeah, we.
The Native
Sonny
American
and I-
War of Navajo?
We did research and a show, a
No, you
serious
didn't.
one at the
Shut
beginning
the
without
fuck
us.
French door.
We know that they exist. It's just that we watched. What was the show?
Unsolved mysteries.
Yeah.
On Netflix, the new season I guess is out, and we watched one about the Navajo Rangers.
Was
And
paranormal
how there was a couple of
Rangers.
guys that they specifically were tasked with handling all of like the paranormal type calls and stuff like that they would get. And they joked about it at first, like, "Whoa, we're like the X-Files. What's going on?" But they had a ton of stuff that they do, and they even at the end of the episode, they're like, "Look, all of these things that we encountered and did, research on and investigated was only like 1% of all the things that we did, but the ones that we had were incredible, and they related a bunch of stories from their files about some of the things that they encountered. It's pretty
Okay.
amazing."
So for context, because in my mind, I immediately was like, it's 1854. That was the Ranger I was picturing. But I'm thinking this is probably modern day
This is
Texas Walker Ranger like him.
the
We had
original
1984 video somewhere around
It was
there.
Chuck
Yeah.
Norris. It was Chuck Norris out there,
Yes.
Walker, Texas Ranger, and he sang his own theme song, right? You guys have to look that up.
Yeah, the original Navajo Rangers were like from like 1958 or something like that is when they were founded and are still going today. So
Okay, Chris Jarvis, this is what I was going to talk about. The fact that if they did that and they said the Navajos didn't mention it, I was like, they have the story of the redheads in the cave, and then they trapped them and they fight. But that was just me. That's why I was like, what?
well, this is something that was modern day investigated. I don't know when this occurred, but
Oh,
yeah,
man, you're
it
getting
was
so much
it was an
hate here,
interesting
Enzo.
show. Oh, probably. I'm
I'm
sure I
just
said something
kidding.
wrong.
Yeah. I just to say, I don't know if it was specifically the Navajo Indians that specifically talked about that, but I do remember the one tale, supposedly the famous one of them fighting the red-haired giants, and who knows. But hey, I did finish episode 4 of the Graham Hancock show. So
You did it, yes.
Ancient Apocalypse.
Yes.
Ancient Apocalypse was the word I was trying to think of, and I was like, I'm gonna go to Graham
You did it.
Hancock. 'cause I
Episode
can't
4
remember.
was episode 4. Was that the which one was that? Was that the
The maps at the very end. They were talking about like the map that you covered actually, and then
yeah?
the cart
I was-
pathway in the water and all that.
I was screaming at the TV when they were talking about the Perry Reese map. It's like, no, it's not. You're wrong.
Dude,
So-
I cannot believe the hate that show is getting, though, man. If you were to look at Twitter, I mean,
I know.
anybody that's a mainstream archaeologist, they're throwing all this hate towards Netflix, Graham Hancock, anybody that subscribes to wanting to think about different theories of history. It's unbelievable. I mean, to me, it's like, how can you be that insecure about your beliefs that you won't allow other theories to be thrown out there? I mean, if you're so secure in what you believe in, let it go over your head. But these people are like, I mean, the ugliest things that he could be called.
They
is
wouldn't
what's
let
happening.
him back. They wouldn't let him back into the snake mound, I think, to
Yeah.
investigate because
In
he had a
Ohio.
different
Yeah.
belief. He was trying to say something different than what they had already put in the history books, and they just wouldn't let him back in there. They still haven't let him back in there.
Rival podcast. Yeah, I love Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Trailer Trash Tammy has a
What
podcast.
Pinzer's talking about?
She's funny.
That's where I got my book.
Tammy?
I know.
Tammy, the one from Facebook that got famous with doing she'd come busting with her cigarette and she'd say something. Is that the one we're talking about? That Tammy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep.
She'd be like, "You check out the trash yet?" And he's like, "You sleep with my dad again?" She'd be like, "Fair enough." And she'd just leave the room. Oh, God.
Yes, Carol, I agree. We think they're scared that it's true.
The thing is that, I mean, the stuff that they keep finding, the more that they dig, especially nowadays in a couple of different sites, it's kind of hard to deny any of it. To stick with the old, like when I was a kid, well, 6,000 years ago, we were just walking around, beating each other with clubs, and then suddenly we decided to form cities and start farming and domesticating animals and living in a society.
You know what's funny though, Enzo, is when he was talking about that map tonight, I could not remember if when we did the episode together, I know you mentioned about some people hypothesizing about it being Antarctica, but you didn't subscribe to that idea, right?
I did not, mostly because if you recall, around the edge of the map, he had written little notes about some of the things in each one of them. And everything that he described in there does not describe Antarctica, unless it was from, 100,000 years ago, maybe. But Antarctica wouldn't have been right there anyways. And he even states in the earlier part, in his own words, that all of this stuff he had gotten from, what was it he said? I remember you laughed at it. Those infidel Portuguese is what he referred to them as. Those infidel Portuguese were too frightened to get off of the ship at this point because of giant snakes, stuff like that in some of those areas that were Antarctica. So
the one thing that was intriguing though was the island of Pangaea or whatever. Is there that
one red eye? They pointed it out in the show too. That's the one that, and he even mentioned.
You're fine.
And he even mentioned on the show that that one big red island that was like east of,
because that's where those roadways are.
Right, the Bimini Road. Yeah, a lot of people think that was probably Cuba, but at that time, 1492-ish, Columbus and a lot of other Europeans at the time thought this was the direction. What they were seeing was the eastern part of all of Asia. So to them, this long stretched out island like Cuba was probably Japan. So, well, of course, Japan runs north-south. And as I pointed out in that episode that we did on that week on the After Hours show, was that his maps kind of sucked. They were actually pretty poor. Especially compared to like the whole rest of that map, which was actually very, very detailed. His was like childlike drawings, really. But that seemed to be what a lot of people leaned on when I did the research. Yeah, we're talking about the Perry Reese map. If anyone wants to go back and look that up, it was
Lost Willie. He'll be back.
Tunguska, yeah. That's the episode I haven't watched yet. Is that one where they're going to talk about the mound builders? I'm pretty familiar with their story anyway, so I'm curious to see what he has to say about it.
Isn't it something how we hear about now? We're finding out more and more about these ancient mound sites here in the U.S. as well, and there's more and more coming out that people are pointing out. it's just amazing to me that I don't think I ever heard about them as I was growing up, about the ones here in the U.S. And now I think it's just because of all the media that's available to us, and these topics are becoming more popular and controversial, that we're finding out there's more and more of these all over.
Yeah,
And I
it really
think we're
makes
going
you
to
wonder.
find out that there's a lot more pyramids and ancient ruins, even here in the U.S. too.
Yeah, that one's. I'm curious about that too, but I can't imagine where it would be that we wouldn't have discovered it by now. I mean, I understand like jungles of South America and Central America, how that stuff just gets swallowed up if you don't keep the bushes beaten back. So it's just going to go missing until you carve it up. But in the U.S., we don't really have that issue. So if it was any kind of a big megalithic type structure, unless it was buried on purpose, which I still want to know, why the fuck would they intentionally bury, giant megastructures like that? And just the effort to do just that, forget building all of it, but then to have, it had to have, several hundred people, because we're talking still, horse-drawn carts and buckets, hauling in, bucket loads full of rocks and dirt from somewhere else. Where did all this rocks and dirt? So there's got to be a big pit somewhere nearby, I would imagine, where they excavated all that to bury all of these ancient sites. Yeah, there's still a lot of questions about all of that stuff. But in order to do that stuff properly, for archaeologists, even ones that just want to figure out what's going on, they don't even necessarily have to believe in any one thing or another. That's what they're there to do. That's the science, is to dig all this stuff out. It's very, very slow. They'll do a very small area, like a couple feet by a couple of feet, and just layer by layer dig stuff down to see what it all looks like.
For me, it's like when I see pictures like this. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Like before and after. This is the Teotihuacan, the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico. And this is up the one on top here, black and white, is the way it looked in 1900 before they uncovered it all. And then you see now, or in 2020, that after everything's been taken off of it, we get to see what's underneath this. What at one time to somebody was probably considered a hill or a mound.
Yep.
So they uncovered this hill or mound, and look what was underneath it.
If you didn't know any better, just casually looking at a distance, at that top black and white one, it just looks like a hill with trees.
And that's why I bring up these things about the mounds and these places in the U.S. is I think there's got to be many more. I think that we just, we're just not looking at all of them in the right frame of eye. And if we did, I'm a big proponent of that LiDAR technology that looks underneath the ground and can tell us what's lying underneath. I wish that we used that a lot more. I would also like to know, why don't we? And it must be very expensive. It must be massive projects. I guess that's
It's very expensive. It's a relatively new, like within the last dozen to 20 years. So there's not a lot of people quite up on it. And depending on the sets that you have and the sensitivity, and a lot of it has to do with the soil itself and how rocky it is down below, because it's basically sending like a pulse through the ground like a radar does. So every rock, where there used to be a stream, now there's rocks there. It's hitting all of that. So it's hard to make out, okay, that's a structure, because even like I like watching that Oak Island show, even after all this time, but I still enjoy watching the show.
Yeah.
Because they're doing all of this same stuff. They're using all of that same technology.
Curse of Oak Island on History Channel.
Again, for like year 12 or whatever it is. But it's they use that kind of technology there, and they'll show like the expert that actually did the stuff, and they take it back to their labs and they make like a 3D model of what's under the ground, and it's just blobs. It's not like it's looks like that. It's just kind of weird shapes. And it's like, we think this is a cavity. It's like that blob looks the same as any other blob under there. So you have to know how it all works and how to read it, even when you do it. So it's there's a lot more to it than just running this thing on the wheels over the ground and saying, hey, there it is. It's not that easy.
This one right here really trips me out. This is the one in Chichen Itza. It's down in Mexico, and I just can't believe the before picture. I mean, they built a house on top of it.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? And now it's one of the most frequented tourist attractions in that part of Mexico.
Was this the one where, like a week or so ago, where the tourist went running all the way up to the top and they started screaming at her and throwing stuff at her, beating on her?
Yeah, I guess they considered it a big sign of disrespect, and everybody there started booing, and they got security to. Yeah, I heard about that too.
Wait, because she went all the way to the top?
Yeah,
It was
you're not
the way-
allowed to go all the way to the top.
But wasn't her behavior also very inappropriate or something? I thought I heard.
Yeah, she got up at the top and was kind of twerking and dancing around,
disrespectful. Yeah,
acting foolish.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
When she wasn't supposed to be up there anyways, because you could actually see it in the videos that I saw, at least, where they had like a roped off area on the stairs where you could go up like maybe, I don't know, 20 feet or so, or 15 or 20 feet up the stairs, but that's as far as you could go. It was kind of roped off, and she just tromped up there, and people wouldn't go past that rope. It was kind of weird. It wasn't, I figured at least somebody would at least ran up there and grabbed her and pulled her down. And it's the same for like the pyramids in Egypt. I'm sure almost every year some wacko tourist decides they're going to run up there, run all the way to the top of the pyramid. And there was
The rest of them were like,
ago.
Fuck that, I ain't crossing that rope. The Kukui's on the other side.
And that's it. That's kind of what it seemed like. But
the Kukui will get you if you cross that rope. They'll go over there.
there was a German tourist that went to the pyramids there in Egypt, in Cairo, that he had like a GoPro on while he climbed to the top, and you can see the people, just tiny specks by the time he goes, get down, what are you doing? And you could see why they were screaming, because every step he took, every stone and brick was just crumbling like it was made of paper mache under his feet as he's walking, tromping on all of it. It was just destroying it because it's so old and so fragile up there. I mean, it's been baking in the desert sun for thousands and thousands of years. It's not as sturdy as it used to be.
Yeah, I didn't know how many of those pyramids are in Mexico, Spooky.
Well, there's a lot of pyramids. I mean, I'm just highlighting a couple of the most famous, popular ones. The ones that people mostly go to are the ones in Mexico City. Teotihuacan is the main one, the Pyramid of the Sun, and then the one in Chichen Itza is also popular. It's down there in the Yucatan, very close to like La Paz and those Cancun resorts. But just as much as I'm interested in pyramids, it's also some of these sites, these ancient sites like in India, man. I mean, they've got some wild architecture. And I'm trying to find some examples of it
to go along with it. I mean,
you're right.
They literally describe what sounds like something out of Star Wars, with craft shooting at each other, spinning around and up in the air.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of stuff, a lot of people talk about Ancient Aliens, about how, it's BS and everything, but I wouldn't have known half of the stuff that around the world, some of these ancient sites, if it hadn't been for Ancient Aliens. They bring a lot. Go ahead.
That is the plus side of that show, is you're seeing all of these ancient sites in high definition, because they're going there and taking brand new technology, which is fantastic. It's just some of their hosts go immediately. Stupid Childress kills me every time, and his giant stone balls. He's the worst one, where he immediately goes straight to aliens. No other explanation. It's like, these were obviously aliens from another planet. No, there's other. This is very much like a gigantic 3D printer just carved this thing out of solid rock.
The thing that impresses, the thing that blows your mind, and how we could not all be the most humblest of humble in our that we could be right now is this was done out of one giant piece of stone.
This
Isn't
is
it
a
sandstone
mountain
or something?
that they
And you don't get to
carved
do this over. You get one chance, one shot.
Yes.
You don't get to start over if you screw up.
Yeah. Some of the detail on that stuff's amazing too. If there's any like other photos, maybe show like the individual, like the way that rock.
There's actually rooms that go into it, right?
Yeah, it's chambers, and then
Look at that. That's
'Cause
like their
all-
own Grand Canyon.
Because
But with
all of
detail.
that canyon kind of area was all filled in. That's all level, was
Yeah.
all just solid rock. And they carved all of that out and trucked it off to someplace and carved
who-
out this little city.
Who is they?
there you go. Right,
Just to
Right.
drop the little bomb here.
And of course,
man.
this is several thousand years old at the youngest. I don't know what the actual age of that area is, but that's the biggest issue with all of these things is you can't prove how old a rock is because there's no accurate way of predicting how old it is when it was carved out. But that's why if there was some easy way to do that, then all conversations would stop. But with stuff like that, still we're talking several thousand years ago, at least. And mainstream, archaeology tells us that, we were all, scratching our butt and hitting each other with sticks. And, at that time frame, but yet we had enough time where literally we're just day to day was a survival thing. If you were to go outside right now and live off the land, no grocery store, no money, no water, no food, no water, you need to live off the land right now. Most of us would probably be dead pretty soon after at least 4 or 5 days. But these guys, that was their day to day of just like any other wild animal of foraging for food, foraging for like wood for a fire, all of these things. But yet they had time to have hundreds of people carve out a mountain into this very immaculate, highly detailed city. No, that's impossible. Because even if you said, okay, there were a bunch of them, there were hundreds and hundreds of people, that means for every person that's working carving out that city, someone else has to do double the work to go hunting for their own food and the food for that worker, food and water. So it's not likely, that we were at that level of technology. This isn't a project that you take when, people are always on a daily verge of, starving to death.
This is down inside one of the.
there you go.
That is amazing.
I mean, why would we even, why would you even have a problem at all with Graham Hancock in his show when you see these things that are right there in front of your face?
Well, I think that they like this one. They don't have as big an issue with, right? Even though they say it's a mystery. They have the real issue. The real issue seems like South America, right? Because that rewrites all the North American history as a whole. There's so many. It seems like so many undiscovered structures in South America. I mean, even in our modern history, we know that it does look like a portal. We know that we've lost. Would they say to the Enzo that one time they were saying they think there could have been as many as 100 million people down in the Amazon, maybe just 100 years before Columbus, or before the Spaniards showed up. There was that one expedition of like 50, 80, whatever it was, that went through there, and they had all these vast drawings and people. So
there was a giant thriving metropolises down there, honestly, fairly equivalent to most of our, modern day, medium-sized cities. I mean, it wasn't Manhattan. Let's not get ridiculous, but it wasn't that far off from like where I live here in Wichita. There were certainly, 500,000 people living in some of those places. And there were a bunch of other cities just like that dotted throughout southern Mexico and down into Central America and South America.
Mm-hmm.
And for the folks that when Cortez and all those guys came over and started marauding everything, give us your gold, with all the conquistadors, where they would pack up all the gold and they'd truck off and come back 6 months later to get more. And they're all gone along with the gold. It's like, where the hell did all of these people go? And all of their stuff, the very thing that brought, evil Spaniards over there to get it, kind of a thing.
Not to ruin Enzo's very eloquently put piece of history there, but isn't conquistador just a fun word to say? Like, you say it and it's hard to...
It is.
Conquistador. I immediately think of that weird helmet with the weird swooping
you show to be all
sides.
intimidated, like, who are you? Like, we're the conquistadors.
I'm a conquistador.
Spooky. What if they wore the bandanas low? Like they wore the hat that we draw on them. We draw it like they wore it like high, but what if they wore it really low?
Yeah, that's when we became
The conquistador.
that's the Cheech and Chong days.
Those are the Aztec warriors.
They're rolling up their pants with socks to their knees. Oh man. But yeah, I think now even mainstream archaeology has come to the conclusion and has openly admitted that they do believe the Amazon was 100% man-made, as far as the actual growth of it. Because they're saying that if you look under it, they've done sonar now in the LiDAR and said that, listen, this thing's channeled, it's been cut out, it's been burnt, it's been grown this way. It's not, here we go.
Just in Guatemala, right? Guatemala, this is the area where they have the famous Tikal pyramid. So we knew about a few ancient structures there. Of course, in Guatemala, all these ancient structures are buried deep in these jungles, right? So they're hard to get to. It's very rough terrain to get through. They have it set up for tourists. You can go in there, but very limited. So they use this thing that we're talking about tonight called LiDAR technology. And when they did that, they discovered thousands more ancient ruins in that area. Mm-hmm. So they're able to use that technology to see what's hiding from us. And that's why one of my frustrations is, why don't they use that LiDAR technology over there at Göbekli Tepe, man? Let's see how much is...
I thought they did.
They did?
They have. Yeah, it's actually in one of the episodes. Yeah, it's in like episode 3 or 4.
Did I hear somebody say when they were talking about Göbekli Tepe that they stopped excavation, even though they know that there's more that's buried?
Well,
They're going
mostly
very
because
slow, weren't they?
Yeah, well, like we were talking about earlier, actual archaeological excavation takes a very long time because they literally are like in there with spoons scooping out bits of sand and rock to make sure they don't damage anything and all that. Believe me, I'm the first one to learn how to drive a backhoe and started ripping shit out of there. I'd love to, but you're going to destroy everything that's under the ground because you don't know where anything is. But on Graham Hancock's it was episode 3 or 4, they showed like the LiDAR type stuff where there's basically like 3 or 4 different versions of Göbekli Tepe underneath, like because that's kind of on top of that mound. Underneath that is like at least 3 or 4 more like similar versions underneath of it.
Well, Spooky, to your point to the one in South America, I think it's episode 2 where he talked about, is it Pichu or Pachu or Pichu that it's like the
Picchu?
Well, not Machu Picchu. There's another one. It's like it's the world's largest
Cholula?
pyramid. Cholula, thank you.
Yeah.
And to me that's wild because that shows that they basically have just been building and like the Russian egg, Eastern egg kind of style, like on top of each other.
Ooh, yes, I love that when they talk about, they compare it to Russian nesting dolls.
Yeah.
It's a very good example actually of what that's like.
But again, you have the stories of the giants, and again, I don't know. I have mixed feelings because sometimes I sometimes do think, like, guys, honestly, you look at what's going on in the world even now with like the way we've done with history. Like, I legit think if we wrote it out verbatim the way it happened, someone would interpret it later and be like, well, what they really meant was... But, like, what if they really did mean giants? I don't know. They're always like, well, they were giants of technology and all this other stuff, and maybe that is the case. Well, but there seems to be a trend. around the world.
How I kind of interpret the giant thing is because they even showed pictures, stylized artist representations of it, where these giants are like 30 or more feet tall, picking up giant blocks and stuff like that. I think what might more likely is because as they point out, and I'm assuming it's a theme probably throughout the rest of it, is after the big cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, that they would get these visitors from other places, these strangers that had red hair, they were tall, they had all these things. Tall, not giant, because let's think about back in those days, how tall was the average height of a person? If like one of us showed up,
5'1",
if we showed up at 6 feet, today in those lands, they'd be like, "Oh, geez, he's a giant. He's a monstrous human. We shall call him Big Willy." And so you have things like that where forget if they saw like an NBA player that's hitting the 7 foot range.
Yeah,
to us today, we're going like, oh my gosh, Neil is a monster, But imagine, for somebody that's average height is 5'2" for a man back in those days, seeing somebody that's of what we would consider average height today, around 6 foot or more, would seem like a giant. And they're showing up on the scene off of their boat. A boat with no sails or no rowing instruments, no oars, excuse me. Which, okay, admitted that's kind of curious, but they're showing up on the scene. It's like, hey, how about I teach you how to grow some crops and figure out how to build some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know that I subscribe to, like you're saying, the 30-foot giant stuff. That's a bit much. But to me, I mean, I don't rule it out, but it's not at the forefront. When I think of where I believe in the giant stories, is I legitimately believe the 8 to 12-foot beings that were probably, I mean, even here in North America, right here in Ohio, near Serpent's Mound, as well as ports in Michigan, there was the mound builders. This is what they were known as. They've been found in these burial sites where they know that the shortest one that was found was like 7.5 feet. And they were buried in these chambers of like 20, 30 at a time. But on the average, they're breaking out to 9.5 to 10 foot tall, which is still a giant in today's standards. But like you're saying, Enzo, to people that were legitimately 5 foot and under on average, it's a big difference. That's a 12-foot human being showing up for us right now. That's a big person.
And honestly, like us being, 6 foot and up as average nowadays is mostly because of more food, because of we had agriculture everywhere and a larger selection of food, so you're getting your body is more than happy to accept all of those vitamins and nutrients that you get from Fritos and Cheetos and stuff, and whiskey, to grow into these 6 foot giants, because you only have to, like, if you go to Europe and go to like some of their like really ancient taverns that are, I say ancient, but they're like 300 years old, the entryway to the door hits you right about here, because that's how tall everybody was back in those days. They were,
I was gonna say they're like 5 foot was average height.
That's where Sonny takes all those pictures. He goes in those places and poses, puts them on the dating websites up there.
I look big there.
I'm just teasing Sonny.
Look like Big Willy in a normal house.
Sonny's technically average height, right?
I'm sure.
5'11". 5 solid
5'7".
number. 7'11". It's the same thing.
right.
Okay. There's a whole corner store chain on this.
If you're 6 foot, you're technically above average, but you're not getting in the NBA, because there are just people that are mutants and can grow to 7 foot plus. Those are the outliers, but they found their niche, kind of a thing, to play little ball. But
and usually not, and that's only the ones that are healthy enough to, because there are healthy. There are the giants, but they're just not healthy. That's the thing. The way our structure, for the way we are made up genetically right now, is not made to maintain a structure over, really, they say 6'4", 6'5" is like starting to push, maybe 6'8", but anything past that, our spines start to have a lot of issues. That's what I'm saying. When they talk about some of these other beings that existed, it had to have been an offshoot of the human. When we talk about that clean little chain that they show of how evolution happened or whatever, I think it's bull crap. There had to have been tons, if maybe even hundreds, of species of Homo sapien and humans and hominids running around mating, and just who knows what was going on. Just I do think there was something that maybe was the offshoot of that Bigfoot. Or maybe it was even, it's hard to say. We're just speculating. But I do think when you start to find the bones, because mainstream archaeologists still write off that there were no such thing as 8 to 12 foot giants existing in North America or any of that. And it's like, well, but you have the burial sites. So either you're just that's the part I don't get, I guess.
You certainly want to break into the Smithsonian and start sneaking around in the back rooms, kind of a thing, or actually the ideal place would be the Vatican. They've got all the secrets in those catacombs.
That's where they got the chronovisor. To be clear, YouTube, the coronavisor. Okay, settle down. I can't spell it, but it's not the word you're thinking. Here, okay. Coronavisor. And they can view, and remember they viewed supposedly Jesus, and then they shut that crap down. They supposedly viewed the actual crucifixion, and they were like, "Oh, maybe this is the story we can share."
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Man is not meant to know such knowledge. This is nothing like the lies. Tales we've been telling. But yeah.
Oh, Sonny, what do you think?
I don't know about that. I ain't weighing in on the
Giants.
No, the Giants. Yeah, I seen like on the History Channel or something. They dug up a grave. This one was weird because the guy's leg bone. Okay, he was buried. They said with 2 of his slaves, and it was fucked up. They were all in the fetal position, curled up down by his legs. In the fetal position, these people were as big as his damn shin bone.
Femur. Oh, okay. I didn't know what you were going with that.
The bottom bone, like where they're down by his feet, they're barely coming up to his knee. So the person they found, it was like 7 feet something, almost 8 feet tall. That was a skeleton. His head was there and everything. That was somewhere here, like by where you guys are in Michigan or something like that.
And this is a common. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say to match point here in the saying the Smithsonian also supposedly bought the Loveland cave giant bones. They had 2 rows of teeth and 6 fingers and toes. Commonly disregard your religious beliefs or whatever. If you just want to take the Bible as an outlier of history of time, the 6-figure giants that were redheaded with multiple rows of teeth, that is something that was commonly mentioned. And it literally, they were the race of the giants. Multiple times that these giants are fought. To me, I think it's kind of I feel, for where I'm at in life, I'm kidding myself if I don't think there was a species, whether it was human related or not, or whatever the deal was, of something massive running around here that looked really close to us.
Right. Well, I think now, to be fair, I haven't finished the series on Netflix that Graham Hancock's in, but I feel like what he's kind of leaning to is someplace, maybe not necessarily the actual where they think Atlantis was, but there was at least one very advanced, race of people someplace that had already discovered all of these things, that already had agriculture, that had, domestication of animals and advanced seafaring peoples and things like that. That if that kind of thing had been going on for, much like our example talking about just, the bars that are over in Europe that are only a couple hundred years old, if they had a couple 100-year head start on everybody else, because if you think about it, everywhere that we're talking about where regular humans are, they're fighting the crap out of each other all throughout Europe, all throughout the Middle East, all throughout China, all of Asia, all of that stuff. And the U.S., they were doing their own fighting, of course, in the Central America, South America. If you had a race of people that were on an isolated island where they didn't have those issues, where they could develop all of these things hundreds and hundreds of years before everybody else, they'd be like how we are today, where we've had hundreds of years of good crops, good eating, education, all of these things, that there was basically that one race that ended up getting wiped out after the Younger Dryas cataclysm. But there were some survivors that basically turned into kind of nomad wise men that would wander around to these different clutches of humanity that also survived, but were barely hanging on to educate them, saying, hey, start, chop down those trees and, tear up those fields and start planting these seeds and do these things. And here's how you domesticate animals. And here's how you build giant things that'll last the test of time, that kind of stuff. That seems to be, at least to my impression, like I say, I haven't finished. That seems to be where he's leaning towards, at least how I took it, which would fit, I think, to how it kind of seems like how things played out.
What is Willie talking about when he's saying they viewed the crucifixion? What is the machine he's talking about? What do you call it? The COVID visor?
It was the chronovisor.
Chronovisor.
Basically, supposedly they found this piece of technology at an ancient site that was like technology, like a phone kind of a thing, that supposedly they could tune it into different eras of time, and basically like watching it on TV kind of a thing, where supposedly they had images of who they believe was Christ looked like, and things like that. So it freaked them out apparently, and they shut it all down and buried it in the bottom of the catacombs in the
that don't actually exist, but then they finally made it exist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel that there's a lot of lost just history buried in those catacombs, because they stretch out for quite a long ways from what we're led to believe.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no way that they've cataloged all that stuff to know everything. Or if they have, they're super tight-lipped about it and not telling anybody about it.
You know what it reminds me of? You remember the show Warehouse 13?
Yeah, I remember that.
Did you ever watch it? That's all I picture sometimes. And I think of like those catacombs and what they get out. I'm like, oh, that's all I picture. It's just like wild tales down there.
The warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. They just take everything. Oh, Ark of the Covenant. Yep. Box it up. Put a registration number on it and let it sit and do nothing.
Speaking to that point from Matt talking about here to registration numbers and whatnot, he was talking about how they had all those giant bones, but he said, but those bones were lost at sea, supposedly. Even The Simpsons did an episode on this. You guys ever watch this?
Simpsons did it. It's true.
I'm telling you. Yeah, and the crazy thing is the Smithsonian to this day has the receipt showing they've checked the stuff in. But they say we can't find it and we don't know.
No, we can't find it. You got your receipt?
Yeah.
We don't know.
We checked it in, but if you ain't got your receipt.
To be perfectly fair to those working currently, they probably really don't know. But someone somewhere in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they just happened to be the one gatekeeper that had to collect all evidence that was,
Yep. All right. This one goes to the warehouse, and this one goes to the museum. That warehouse, don't ask about the warehouse.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Take it easy, big guys. 45.
45s. 45.
The vinyl record guy.
Yep. Vinyl records and old commercials and TV shows on his channel. It's pretty cool.
Heck yeah. Did Pinzer get a new picture? Looks like she got a Halloween picture. Looks like she was doing what's that timeline called? Like the Roaring 20s. What are they called? A flapper or whatever? What
Flappers, yeah.
Is that what she was going for there? Is that what you were going for?
Her hair's not bobbed, though. Yeah.
I can't tell. The picture's too small. Buckets. El Spookies.
Can we bust out one of the vintage Playboys, or will we get in trouble for that too?
I don't know what the rules are.
Oh man, I ain't showing that. We'll get kicked right off.
Oh my gosh.
We can show the commercial or the ads.
All the ads and everything are all still in here, even the little cards.
Nice. Wait, they're not stuck together?
Nope, no pages are stuck together. I don't think these have ever been read.
So sad that there's a I mean, not really, maybe not so sad, but there's an entire generation that just falls flat on, you know? Really flat.
You mean the generation that can see the world's porn for every possible freak on this?
Dude, that's one of
I'm sorry, Spooky. I didn't know if you wanted to come back in or not.
Jeff
I apologize.
Dunham.
I was like, I'm going to wait.
No. Thank you. Yeah.
Jeff
I was just
Dunham.
checking out. I was looking to the answer to Sonny's question. He was asked how many pyramids there are in Mexico that I know of.
Oh,
I think there's about 13 that are well known and are like they consider the main ones. But of course, there's probably hundreds more ancient sites that we just don't know of, waiting to be
like you said,
excavated.
They stopped investigating them.
Oh, it's expensive to find them, and then sending teams in to investigate and basically dig them out of the forest. So it's a lot of money.
Do you ever
Seen
notice
The Rock
though,
go in there in a movie.
The
Bring
Rock?
it right in there.
Do you ever notice though
Rock in there.
the different areas of the world that seem to hold the like mystery and the history of our past lives, or excuse me, our past civilizations, seem to be, and maybe this is definitely conspiratorial. I'm just putting out. I'm gonna float it out there, boys. You let me know what you're thinking. Seems that those areas become very war-torn or drug-filled areas. Have you ever noticed that? Very unstable. The Middle East for sure, right?
Yep.
Tons of history, constantly destroyed. And that's just the current stuff we know about. We can't even imagine the amount of history that's been lost. And then you look at
Talking about the Middle East,
yeah, and then even look at
Dude.
South America. Look at how much
the
look what
Iraqi
that-
War. Look how much ancient shit we lost there. They stole and
They
killed
would-
Well,
There was a scene somewhere I seen where they would hide in the cemeteries and shoot at the soldiers because they couldn't return fire. They couldn't shoot at those. Yep,
wow.
that's how those things got blown up.
There is some major scandal that we don't even probably know
Oh.
about with missing ancient sites and shit over there in Iraq.
I mean, I
I know,
often think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Enzo.
Baghdad's main museum, once Saddam was routed out, and they finally even found him and all that. It was a while afterwards. A lot of that stuff from the museum came back up again because the curators, the actual museum people, took all that stuff and was hiding it in their basement.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the like really big treasure type stuff because they didn't want anybody else to have it on either side. You know, this wasn't for them. This is for the people. That's how they looked at it. You know, they were genuine, museum, archivists and all that.
To me, I look at the Middle East, and regardless of all the amazing accomplishments they had, the single greatest accomplishment that I feel came from the Middle East that we all currently use and will continue to expound upon is math. I mean, they discovered numbers. That should be something. I mean, numbers have always existed, and it was kind of funny. I was talking to my son about that on the drive back today, or when we were coming back yesterday, and he was like, "What's the highest number we can count to?" Because he's really like practicing out his numbers and stuff. I was like, "Well, technically, right? If I'm wrong, I don't think I'm wrong on it. We can never count like it's infinity, right?
Yes, that's correct.
It's just always there." So, but to me, that's fascinating because and this is where it gets weird though. Is if they discovered math and what is considered 800 BC. I don't know what the exact date is that they were considered to have discovered math necessarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt you. From the morning hit show on YouTube.
He's back from showing people what math was in the Middle East. Here he
Ladies
is.
and gentlemen,
He's time traveler. Here he is.
Jojo Bone.
Jojo Bo.
Showing people what did you say math was in the Middle East?
Yeah, we know that you have a time machine. This is why JoJo sometimes just disappears and we don't know where he's at. He's a time traveler, guys. I just want you to know.
Well, as it turns out, your clothes don't travel with you when you travel through time.
That's the one
Yeah, that's
downside.
right.
Just like the Terminator. He
That's
shows
right.
up.
That's the only
You
downside.
see JoJo in a big
JoJo
circle.
in the pose with the fist on the ground.
Jojo, you look so refreshed and well rested, man. It's great to see. Yeah, you look awesome.
All right, hang on. I'm going to put my pants on.
Oh. Oh my God. Well, while JoJo puts his pants back on.
We got the naked bone.
He had to take his pants off to call in. That's my issue with all of it. But
Well, his pants were off. We've finally been live long enough for him. Now he's going to come and join the panel officially. So
he
all
heard
know.
about showering before coming in. So he.
I didn't even get to see how you reacted, Sonny. I was legit in the shower, so I sent him in the
I had to not look at him while we were. When I see the pictures, I was like, "Oh, I ain't watching the video."
I can't send him to Spooky. Spooky said, "Don't be sending me that stuff." I said, "You're right, Spooky. I didn't even ask permission. I'm sorry. I got consent first. You can't just be sending that stuff out."
Just got to send it to the right email.
Yes.
Oh,
Nikki has it. Just hide your eyes.
Man.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, here is JoJo with pants.
Hey!
Oh, man.
That's a groovy shirt.
I'm doing tie-dye tonight. Hey, man.
What's
I was
up?
just getting over a cold, and then I went and I got my my COVID-19 booster
Oh, very good.
today.
And how do you feel after that booster? You doing okay?
I'm a little crampy and tired, but it's not too bad.
Yeah. Awesome,
Yeah.
man.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay tomorrow.
Well, we don't want anything to happen to JoJo Bone, man. We wouldn't know what to do without JoJo Bone.
Yeah,
You would not.
Yeah, I've got too much invested in me now.
Mm-hmm. JoJo, I still think you could move to Cleveland and start announcing for the Cleveland Browns. They would love you. They're the boneyard. Could you imagine you as their announcer for sports?
I can imagine, yeah. The Browns. How do they get the name the Browns?
It don't make sense, right?
They're so shitty.
Well, they're orange, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, is that what happened? The guy looked in the toilet one day and he said, "That'd be a good name. Let's call ourselves the Browns." Yeah, I don't know about that. But they used to do that, right? There was the Red Sox and White Sox and all that. You know, there were a lot of colors involved.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron don't step his game up right now. I'm gonna start calling him LeBron. He's doing shitty right now.
The Cleveland Browns were named after their first coach, Paul E. Brown. That's boring.
Really?
Yeah, but rest in peace, Paul E. Brown, of course.
Yeah, rest in peace, Charlie Brown.
However, it is
Sure.
it's kind of a blah way of why they got their name.
Well, I didn't know that. Thank you very much. That's a
I
very
did learn something there.
nice factoid to know.
Thank you.
The
Thank you
more
for
you
thinking
know,
of
right, Enzo? Of course.
That's how you know they got the chemistry. They already knew.
Saw
They
it coming.
knew it
I
was
was-
coming.
Reaching for the button before he said it.
I know.
Oh man!
Before you got here, JoJo, we were talking about ancient sites around the world.
Mhm.
Ancient sites?
Yes,
Yeah.
archaeology and pyramids and ruins.
Yeah.
You got any
Yeah, well-
favorites?
Yeah, the one is called, what's it called? Let me think of it.
That's okay. Think about it.
Sonny, help
I've
him
got
out,
the
he's staring
rhythm
at
in
you.
my mind.
Are you thinking
I wanna
Egypt
say
or are you
Kunta
thinking Central?
Kinte, but that ain't right. Wait a minute.
That is not right. You must be thinking about Kublai. I can't say that.
Yeah, that,
Göbekli Tepe.
yeah,
I love that one too.
that is very mysterious to me.
Very mysterious. Why? What's so mysterious about it to you?
Well, they don't really know anything about the people that built it, do they? Really?
Ooh. Right.
I mean, they don't know. Were they nomads that would just stop every now and then and build something?
Yeah, they're really good at it.
You know, they don't know.
I thought it was the Aztecs.
Well, and then whoever built it seems to have buried it intentionally.
That's what it appears to be.
Jeez.
That's strange, don't you think?
Why? Why would they do that, JoJo?
I don't know. That's what makes it strange.
It's always something to do with
Very, very strange.
Oh, is that it? They built a dome over it or enclosure to protect it?
Oh
It's a
yeah, it's all
yes.
fancy now.
They put
Oh
that
man!
big fancy thing up there.
Mm-hmm.
They're really advanced.
Obekle Tepe.
But Big Willy, if some of these sites like Göbekli Tepe are aligned with the stars, and they think that they're connected in some way to the cosmos, why do we put artificial covers over it? Maybe we shouldn't do that.
Well,
Maybe we should let it
thinking,
be in the open.
Yeah, I was just thinking that
Well,
the stone is probably weathers the weather better than whatever they put over the top of it.
Actually, no. It's the reason why this is so well preserved is because they did bury it, and it sat there for thousands of years buried. Where once you've uncovered it, if you get like downpours of rain that start flooding in that whole
Oh,
place,
I see.
that little brick wall would just fall apart and everything like that. So they got to cover it up.
Yeah, I love this site. I like it when Akashi Chris is telling us about it.
Yeah,
I think, now that I'm looking at the picture you have there, Spooky, I think they used to play really intense paintball in there. And that was
Paintball
like yeah, it was like a
games.
course, And they'd start on one side, the other side, and they'd run back and forth. And then people
I
up on
haven't heard
top,
Graham Hancock's theorized that yet or proposed that.
well,
so
it's going to come up. It's going to come up once they get deep enough. They got to go deep.
very well could.
Eh,
They're gonna find a
not as
paintball gun.
not as aggressive as their Aztec and Mayan brothers on the other side of the ocean that were like playing basketball with human heads.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that's. Are you kidding me? They were doing that.
that's sick.
That is
aerial
totally
view.
sick.
Aerial view of what?
The entire hillside shown here was made by human hands more than 10,000 years ago. Well, that's what they're saying. I don't know about that.
Yeah, sometimes they stretch a little. Like I love Graham Hancock and the work he does.
They're guessing. They really don't know. It's,
Yeah,
Right.
which I'm okay with. I'm okay with there being multiple options. I don't really like pigeonholed ideas. I'm not a big fan unless we know with certainty. And even then, there probably needs to be room for if new things are discovered that challenge that current way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He's got that flavor saver up there.
What's that?
Eating some of my tomato soup.
Oh,
Tomato soup.
I like tomato soup.
I was guessing Cheese Whiz from a can.
I remember when I was a kid.
I like that stuff. Bacon flavor.
I remember when I was a kid. One time, I got up in the pantry, and the frosting you can get that's in the cans. Where you push down on the with your finger on the little outlet on the can, and you can make patterns and designs and stuff, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Like the cookie bread
the-
house ones?
the-
Like,
Yeah,
Play-Doh-
anyway,
the
it's
Play-Doh
just
Fun
frosting in a
Factory.
can. Yeah, under pressure.
Frosting in a can.
Yeah. And I remember, sticking that thing in my mouth and filling my cheeks up, thinking how good that tastes, and wondering why don't
Are we still
adults
talking about cheese in a can?
why don't adults do this shit all the time?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
when I get to be an adult, I told myself, I'm going to buy the cans of that shit, and that's all I'm going to eat.
that's how you evolve into those fatzos on the ship in Wall-E.
Mm-hmm. There you go. There it is.
Yeah, Wally hit a little too close to home, man. About all the king size and super
I'm
size.
certainly
and
working on that physique myself.
Costco's,
Yeah.
and Sam's Club.
Yeah.
I mean, they made us feel bad about ourselves. Thanks, Disney.
Pinzer, I see your Cool Whip, and I understand, but I'm going to raise
Nothing
you
wrong
this.
with the shrine, the ancient site of Costco.
Ooh, I love
I'm gonna-
the Cool Whip.
I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna pitch this idea to you guys live. If anybody ever steals this idea, just know Big Willy talked about it on the Chop Shop. Okay.
Okay.
Here's my pitch. Okay, it just came to me, so I'm very prepared. So the Cheez-It idea that you had and the whipped cream idea you had, I want one that has dual, and I want equally to push out peanut butter and jelly at the same time in a can. And I've never understood why they don't do that. They do the
Well,
mixed in the
it's
jar.
No, they have a squeeze jar. I swear I've seen it.
I don't want to squeeze it. I want pressured. I want that whippet
Yeah.
power out of there.
Oh.
And I want
Okay.
raspberry. You know what my favorite peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the world to make, guys? 3 layers. And I put raspberry, my favorite kind of jelly out there, preserve, raspberry preserve, peanut butter, and then I do Nutella and a little bit of raw honey. And I put that together and I let it sit in the fridge overnight so it's cold, and then I eat that the next day. It's so
Oh
good.
man, that is just one big zit between 2 pieces of bread, isn't it?
I mean, it's just
Yeah, are you trying to get us hungry?
Oh,
man?
Willie,
Oh,
this is
man.
how. Hey, when I do it, Willie, I do 1 slice of bread on the bottom with strawberry jelly,
Oh,
okay.
strawberry's good. Yeah.
peanut butter, and smack it together, and then I peanut butter the top of the bread, and then put grape jelly on another piece of bread. So
Ooh.
you gotta have that third layer in there for your Nutella, man.
Oh
I
right,
like to
these
put it
guys.
in the toaster oven afterwards, so the bread is toasted and the
No,
peanut
no,
butter is warm.
Toasted is for tuna.
Look
Look
the
at that
hook on
face
one,
looking
huh?
at
Yeah,
Graham.
that one's freaky. That was the one he said looked like a snake.
It's looking at him.
Who's the guy that does the large concrete balls?
David Childers of some kind.
Yeah.
Giant balls of the gods.
Giant stone balls.
Giant stone balls.
If I play that, I know I'll get kicked off, man. I
Oh,
can't get away
yeah.
with any of that stuff.
I just love that it says Bone Hub perfectly over this picture on the right. Though. It's just
That's funny.
God.
Think about all the entertainment people could be watching tonight, but instead they're spending their time with us, learning
Yes,
about
14 people. My goodness.
peanut butter and jelly, about Cheese Whiz, and about
Have you ever
Graham
done
Hancock.
fried peanut butter and jelly? My buddy used to do that, and I've yet to try that.
What do you fry it in? How do you?
In a pan. So he would do peanut butter and jelly, and then he put a little bit of butter on the outsides
It's
and
like
fry
a
it.
grilled cheese sandwich. You fry it that way.
I've never
Oh,
had
man.
it.
Oh, that
I've never had it, but he said it would be great.
dude.
My grandpa used to make a fluffernutter. You remember those? The peanut butter with the
Yes.
whipped whatever that cream was, and then he put a few
Marshmallow.
nuts on it.
It's marshmallow cream on peanut butter.
Oh, and he would top it with like these really like almost like a peanut dust. It was like really crushed down. He'd sprinkle that on there, and then he would broil it. So it would.
Get away from the U.S. men's national team, win or go home matchup with Iran. Monday,
What the fuck?
What is happening right
Go
now?
back home to Iran.
What is
Must be,
going on?
must be the World Cup. I forgot the World Cup's going on. That's what's going on over there.
Yeah, it just came off of mute for some reason.
No worries. But yeah, first time my grandpa ever. You forgot to bet on the World Cup? Dude, you would have lost for sure with that bet. Who did Brazil lose to again?
I think James might have heard me. He stepped
Japan?
his game up. I don't want to be.
Was
trying
it
to
Japan?
beat
Oh, it was Japan, wasn't it?
Was it?
And wasn't it like
Dude.
really bad? Like 10-1 or something? 10-1, guys, in the World Cup. Brazil. Like, I mean, you think Brazil, you think, football, their version of
Mexico.
football. That's anywhere in South America. I just
Mexico
think that.
lost.
Wait, you mean who? The Brazilians lost by 10 goals to Japan?
Well, 9 technically. I think it was 10-1,
I will,
but
make
yes.
sure that I have that accurate. That doesn't
Wow.
Yeah, well, these guys were suited up like full-on samurais. I mean, they had samurai swords. They were
Yeah, that was
just chopping limbs off.
Yeah. Well, and the
That was
Brazilians were
really
just shaving their private areas.
They were soccer ninjas.
I don't think it was
Out there.
Japan. No, it wasn't Japan. It was North Korea. Or South Korea, right? North or South Korea?
We are totally bungling this up. We should
It
change
was
the
North or
topic
South-
while we're
We're
behind.
in so much trouble.
We're gonna look
Let's
this up.
talk about American football. How's the Lions doing?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
They're
the
doing that. I'm
Yeah,
going to go to
you're-
the bathroom, so you guys can do that.
international football's the largest sport in the world, and we don't know anything about it.
Not a lot. Not a
Which
lot.
as Americans, we like it that way. Damn it, we have our own auto racing, we have our own sports, and we don't care what
Oh, Chris
anybody
Moe.
else thinks.
Chris Moe.
Said
In a-
good
In
morning.
a while. Good morning, Chris Mo.
My name's Chris Bow.
And I'm
Hey,
here to
Jojo,
flow.
do you want to refresh us onto? There's been some changes to your morning show as far as times that it's coming on and the days of the week. Could you refresh us up on that?
Well, yes, I will.
Thank you.
Friendly stranger, I will inform you. My show is morning show. I added a day back in, so it's on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings at 9:00.
Very
in the
good.
morning?
Now, when we say 9 o'clock, we're talking
Central,
Central Time.
God's
Long
time.
I was about to say-
Oh, about all that.
Yeah, God's time.
They're in Texas. They just, I mean, they.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just remember
And so,
that.
and so that there's no confusion, people shouldn't be looking for the JoJo Bone Show. They should be looking for Morning Mojo with JoJo.
Yes, Morning
Thank
Mojo with JoJo.
Thank you.
What happened to Enzo?
He'll be right back. He said he had to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Jojo, you ever talk about the 4 G's and 2 B's of Texas?
4 G's and 2 B's?
Yeah, isn't it?
What?
No,
the
I've
four,
never
four,
heard
the
that.
4 G's and 2 B's, right?
Won't you fill me in?
Well, maybe it's the 4 G's, 2 B's, and 1 F. Now that I'm thinking about this, isn't it like guns or God, guns, grits, and then like barbecue, brisket, and football? But football, like God, family, and football, right?
You
Like right
mean
there.
like God's guns, girls, and grits?
JoJo knows one thing.
We prefer the women with the W's.
JoJo knows.
Yeah,
Don't mess
yeah, I've heard things like that before, but I can't remember them offhand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, I do know one thing. American football is very important in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very important.
The Cowboys,
Well, just any kind of football.
Texas
College
A&M.
football, high school football, pro football.
Mm-hmm.
They have high school stadiums in Texas that rival major the rival stadiums of major universities around the country.
Yeah.
It's very important in Texas.
It's a culture. It's part of the culture at this point.
Yeah. Very
Yeah.
important.
I seen Talladega Nights. It's all true.
You know, it's kind of like, well, I heard your boy, he gave up on quarterback and he wants to be a doctor. He wants to be a brain surgeon now. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, he had promise. He could have been one of the great ones. But he's a quitter. He gave up on it, you know. That's the way they are in Texas about football. You know? It's like,
Do you
well,
want
it's
your
too
brain
bad.
surgeon? Do you want your brain surgeon to be somebody who's had his brain scrambled with playing football?
Well, that is a very good. That's a very good question you put out on the table for us to consider.
I mean, that's not good for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't want his hand shaking too much when he's got my head.
This is
Ooh.
true. I forgot. I heard about this at work today.
He's got stuff in my head doing things to it.
Whoa, I want to see some
Did
of
you guys
that.
not know about that? About the
What's
volcano
that?
that erupted?
No.
Oh, boy.
I want to
Really?
see.
Now, is that the major? Is that on the Big Island? The Big Island that it erupted again?
That was on the one that's full of girls. No licky dicky.
The one that has girls in bikinis?
It was no licky dicky. That's where that volcano went on.
Oh, Jeanette narrowed it down for us. It's the Hawaiian volcano.
Yeah, the Hawaiian
the-
volcano. Hawaii is
Just
the
kidding,
largest
Oh.
island. It's called Hawaii.
I did hear about it. Now that you say, now that I see it. Whoa,
I didn't
there's
hear
lava
about it.
everywhere.
Well, you guys share it for us. Share the.
Like, am I allowed? Or are we gonna get busted?
I think as long as you mute it, you can share
Put
the
it on.
footage. If it's just people's regular footage, you can share that. and you talk about
Imagine
it.
if
Here,
if it's
Wait,
a
is
news
there anything
item,
on
I think that's
TikTok?
kind of okay.
Do it on TikTok and you'll be okay.
that too.
I don't really do TikTok.
Hang on. You can share whatever you want as long as you share this little thingy first, right? You share this right here. Fair use. Under Section 107 of the 1976 Copyright Act, we are allowed by law to criticize, comment on, and use for teaching purposes without permission from the copyright owner.
That's the world's largest active volcano?
I can believe
I
it.
think it's the world.
I mean, it's been active.
That's what it says.
For a
World's
long
largest.
It's been active.
Jeez.
But I just assumed that it stepped it up to the next DEFCON level or something.
Yeah, when I don't remember seeing that in Hawaii.
I mean, look at that. That's straight out of Stranger Things, right?
Man. Yeah.
Why is it me? Oh my gosh. Whoa.
Damn. That's hot.
So it started 11 p.m. today, Hawaiian time?
I think
that'd be about, what, 6 hours, 8 hours ago?
Oh, hell no. Is that flames trickling down that hill?
I think I've seen it. I think I saw somebody say that it started 3 days ago.
Oh, okay.
If I read that right.
Yeah, but I think it actually erupted today was the big deal, was that it actually,
Right.
spewed out some of the lava.
Look at that.
What is
That's
that?
all that's left of Fred.
Yep.
Oh, somebody's dog?
10 a.m. local time.
Look at that.
Wow. That's scary looking.
Shit.
That's like a bomb went off there.
What it do to the ocean, though? Some waves?
Whoa.
I think it just goes off into the ocean and hardens.
Oh, this is footage from '84. So the last time.
I was wondering. I was like, man, that footage looks kind of
Look at
right
that,
there.
dude.
Well, that's crazy.
There's I put a
Wow.
CNN link in the private chat that just came out 4 hours ago. So it's
Thank you.
got
Let's
other
check it.
footage in it.
Yeah, let's check that one. Probably better. Let's see here.
Once again, we just like to add fair use under Section 107 of the 1976 Copyright Act. Just saying.
That's right.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to go into my big studio.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, we love it
He's
when
gonna
you do
big
that.
time us. He's getting ready
We're
to
going
big
to go into the big studio.
I want to
Go
hear
get
you
the
on
big
that
bone.
sweet mic.
We're going to go into the big one. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
See if I can get it right. Damn it.
Yeah, we can see it. Don't play with audio. Don't you dare.
Oh,
Don't. I'm just kidding.
That better be muted.
I mean, I think we're technically allowed to with the Fair Act thing, but
Yeah, with,
be
with an actual
safe, you know.
news story.
Yeah, they don't
that
like
was
the
this
audio,
bad.
so we better not play it.
I know that's the weird thing is that like when it's an actual news clipping, and we're not trying to monetize off of that. We're just sharing the news, and they're like, "Whoa, you think this is America? You think this is a free country? What are you doing right now?" Huh?
We're showing their ad. I mean, come
I
on.
think you can show the ads, but don't play the music.
He ain't worried about the volcano. He's stressing?
Can't we skip this damn
because he's
ad
got
He is
visa.
not worried about nothing.
He's got visa.
How'd he got to? Oh no, this is in Hawaii, not Japan.
Is
a
there
lot
a
of
closed
coverage.
caption you can turn on?
Oh yeah, there might be that option, especially with it being the CNN one.
Shit.
You could probably turn on the.
It says its captions on.
Huh.
I don't see it.
It's lime bastard.
Oh, it's up there at the top.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Enzo.
I made it so small because it wants to show you
I
their
know,
thing.
it's so tiny.
It wants to show you their big words. Forget it if you're deaf. You gotta read the words that we can't.
This was the first time since '84.
When was what was that big one that erupted here in the 80s too? There was one that went off in the 80s here, right? The ash went all the way over into Kansas City
yeah.
and like collapsed buildings and stuff because of the weight of it.
It was
Holy shit.
Mount St.
the,
Helens.
Mount St.
Oh,
Helens. Yeah.
damn.
What year was that one? 86, maybe?
Oh, it wasn't. No, it was before that.
Wasn't it earlier? Or was, I feel like it was very
Well,
early.
If this one
80s.
happened, they said in 84. I'm just curious if it's the same year because that makes me think we might have to be watching what's going on in St. Helens.
Uh-huh. It's supposed
It's
to.
fine, boys.
Oh, so.
It's March 27th, 1980.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was prior because that was the Bigfoot deal. Remember, they flew the Bigfoot out of there, guys.
Yep.
Bigfoot.
So he just runs right back off into the water, huh? Wonder why
It's
it
an
goes down
island.
that path and not to the sides at all too much. Like, that seems like a very long, even if it is sloping, path. You know what I mean?
Actually, if the side of that thing blows out, it'll go everywhere. That's what happened with Mount St. Helens. The whole side of the mountain blew out. Look at that ash and stuff on the radar.
Oh my gosh. Angel. It's a long time coming.
It's every 28 years it has it. Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
amazing. That's a lot of coverage of land getting lavaed.
Lava. Getting new rocked. Wonder if any gold comes out of there.
Could you imagine if we were the news announcers? Jojo Bone goes on. He's like, I just want you all to know, my chubby little
Chubby little leprechauns.
leprechauns, I love you all so much. Like his opening statement.
I'd rather get my news from that source.
Yep. It's like Gary Good News.
Oh man.
So what do you think, Mother Earth? She's ready? Make some stuff happen?
Things be happening.
Mm-hmm.
History seems to tell us things have been happening for a long time.
Yeah, it happens periodically. It was just last year that big one in Iceland, which isn't fair because there's always one popping off in Iceland all the time.
Just popping off.
But even depending on I remember when the one blew up there and we were just talking about, it threw so much ash in the air that it actually lowered the temperature of the Earth by a couple of degrees for like a year and a half.
Mount St. Helen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was just crazy how many vehicles and buildings that collapsed and like turning people's lungs to just, if you're breathing in that ash, it just turns it to essentially stone, right?
Well, it's basically like cement dust. It's like those Quickcrete. It's like if you took a
Silica.
bag of Quickcrete and just threw it on your roof, how deep does it have to get before your whole roof is going to collapse?
That's what I always wondered in those videos. Because okay, so this is a real deal. Like if anybody's worked with any trade related anything, they know about silica. You've heard about silicas and everything. It's everywhere. Okay, and it's usually fine to be around and work with if it's wet. But every once in a while, oh my God, JoJo getting fancy.
Yeah.
Bougie.
What the hell's JoJo bloat?
I'm getting the
God.
I got my bloat on. Yeah. I got my bloat on.
Going in hot.
Clipping hard on that one.
Somewhere Chad is crying right now.
Oh my gosh.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Speaking of Chad, where's Chad?
Yeah,
he should be home by now.
We stayed on long enough for his ass to be here. He should be on. He's probably taking a shower.
Who does that? Just get on here.
Yeah.
Chat.
Who
Said he's in
takes
chat.
the time? You heard the audio. You know he did.
Yeah. Get your ass in here.
Oh my
That's what
God.
the hell.
That would have brought Chad out of a coma.
I'll be right back.
For real. If Chad's ever in a coma, buddy, I will
On
show up
life
and be right by
support,
your bed.
barely hanging on.
You play terrible audio.
What the hell?
You know what Chad Smith would do? Chad Smith would be communicating with the other side, right? He'd be in those live lines where they'd just be talking, and if the audio sucked, he'd be like, I gotta end this. I can't. I don't care if we're talking to a live spirit on the other side. This is done.
Yeah.
Terrible audio. We're done.
Just get ready to step through
come
the
back with some
pearly
real
gates.
equipment.
It's like, wait a minute.
UFO could be landing on the White House. Chad, nope, Mike's bad. Sounds like shit. Can't show it.
Love it. Oh, man. Oh, don't even get Chad started. Get him started then, JoJo.
So, 9 o'clock Central. Do I got that right?
God's time.
And that would be 8 o'clock
Eastern. It's 7 o'clock Pacific time.
Yeah.
Oh, 7
7 o'clock Pacific time.
Oh, man,
That
that's
would be-
still a little early.
Yeah. You can do it.
It's an hour later than it was. So
Yeah.
Moved an
I
hour
do
later.
appreciate you moving it back. I liked the one guy that came on the other day, and he was drinking a beer at like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, man, there's a life to live.
I can't remember his name, unfortunately, but he was funny. It was Thanksgiving, I think, or something like that.
I've heard of people putting beer on their Rice Krispies.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I mean, he might as well have been.
Mm-hmm. I've heard
I've
that.
never tried this, but I do like Reds, right? An apple orchard. So what if I did that with like the cinnamon pop or the cinnamon twist crunch? What was the ones that were like cinnamon crunch? I'm
I
trying
think
to say
Apple
here.
Jacks would be the better.
Apple
combo.
Jacks.
Mr. Music.
That's what I should have said.
What's up, buddy?
Oh my God, John.
It's good to see you again, man.
Holy smokes, John Music. Long
Yeah,
time.
it's been
It's
a long
been
time.
a long time. It's been a long time.
Baby, lock them doors. So stupid. I don't know where the words come. I used to care so much about the words that came out of my mouth, and I just let them fly now, you know?
Yeah.
See what
It
happens.
does seem
Life's
like
an
you've let your
adventure.
hair down. I do appreciate it, too.
Well, it's literally fell out. I had to just give it up at this point. I just...
Well, you know
Let it go
the
to the
country
wind.
song. The country song. She's always a woman to me.
Ooh.
Always a woman to me.
What was the song where she said she'll love you right? If you love her... What was that one? If you love her right... Dang it. You triggered a memory, man. I can't... Because this is going way back.
I love it. Oh. Hey, Joe.
If you treat her right...
Hey,
she'll
Jojo.
love you.
Let's see what you said there, Jake.
Me
Turns
love
out you have a problem.
Me love
if
you
do
long
that.
time. Me love you long time.
What Jojo Bloat? That's fine. Who put that in there? Is that from before Jojo, or did somebody tonight type
Yeah,
that up
that's
for you?
from Thanksgiving.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Don't do it, Chad. Don't do it. Taco Bell is open till 1.
You just licked your
Taco
lips
smell.
multiple times, Spooky.
I don't know.
Taco
It's,
smell.
Taco Bell's. It's got to be better than that Robo pizza he gets. Someday.
He had me at
My
tacos.
God, for real.
Oh, you mean the machine along the side of the road?
Yes.
Or what,
what's
in
wild
this
about
parking
this?
lot in the middle of the road somewhere?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Pizza ATM.
I don't even know where
Yeah.
he picks that thing up, but if it's in Tecumseh is so small. We're talking like a population of, I don't know, what, Chad, what is it? 15,000? Maybe? If that? I don't know.
They got Taco Bell?
They do have a Taco Bell there, yeah. I do. Oh,
Nice.
wait, no. Oh, I don't know. It's been a long time since I know that there's one in Saline, but I don't know. Oh my gosh, see, I was way off. I was being friendly on the numbers. Chad said
Chad says they have-
7,000.
Whoa.
Yet
That's
they had
a
an
small
ATM just
town.
be like, here's your pizza. You pull up, you give us the money. I just feel like I just never understood
like
why
the
prostitutes are
pizzas-
not legal.
The pizza's like made in Japan somewhere, and they just freeze it, ship it over, stick it in the machine.
That
I think
pizza
it's
looked pretty
3D
good
printed
there.
in there. It's just.
Yeah. Oh, it's
It looked
printed.
good.
They have a 3D printer. They just print the pizza. That's funny.
Do you ever look up the 3D printed burger? The burger meat that's like 3D printed stuff? You look that up?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm.
that doesn't sound yummy though.
My wife and I got some of that meat one time, not on purpose. I'm making assumptions here. But my wife, unfortunately, I love her. And she's getting better, but she's one of those people who need a very well done steak. No pink, right?
Yeah.
And she was making these steaks for us. This was 2018, maybe somewhere in there. And she cooked these things 34 minutes. And it never, I mean, we timed this because it got so ridiculous. Could not get the pink out of it. You could not get,
really?
You would push on it and this weird, no longer juice because the juice is gone, but it never would get beyond looking like a medium rare steak.
Oh, interesting.
And we actually we ended up not eating it because I told her, I said, well, that's not normal. I don't know what it is, but I don't know of any meat you can cook for 34 minutes. And it was a thin styled steak here, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's it's not
Chad
good.
says, hey, I'll do whatever I got to do to keep that pizza vending machine here. They make the pizzas in the kitchen in Ann Arbor and fill the vending machine as needed. So convenient for late night munchies.
So I love it as needed.
Not wrong. Not wrong,
So
though.
it could be Chad and Jake are the only two people that ever get pizzas from that machine.
I love it.
You
Hey,
know?
that's not a bad
It
idea.
could be those two. That's it.
I like that idea, actually.
What is Idgaff? What is that, though, Chad? Idgaff.
I don't give a
Jojo, we're gonna have to look this one up. Have you ever
I
looked?
don't
Can you use
give
that
a
in
fuck.
context?
Pardon? What, huh?
What's the origin of that word?
What
Can you
word?
use it in a sentence?
What? The ADGIF?
Yeah.
AF?
Idgaff.
No, Enzo just figured it out. Says, I don't give a fuck.
Jake Smith with the let's get right down to the meat and taters here. Meat and taters coming at
Meat
you
and
all again
taters.
live from God's country and God's time.
Will we see
God's
meat and
time.
taters on the new Odd House Network?
I don't know.
That's a good one question. Very
Do
good.
you think people will start taking offense at that if I start calling Central Time God's time? Is that offensive
People will get
to
offended
people?
either way, so I think do what you're gonna do. You know what I,
think
say?
it's funny.
You do you, boo, and you live your life.
I think it's funny. Fuck 'em.
I
Fuck
think
it.
it's a little funny. I think people in Texas probably find it funny too, except for the ones coming from California because we know, that state. I don't know. You know the Texans got to be so pissed off about those people. I mean, it's the funniest thing ever though because they come there wanting to be rough and they want the freedom, the raw. Texas
Everything's
life.
bigger in Texas.
And they show up and they're shunned by real Texans. Can't stand them.
They come here and there's stories about Californians coming here wanting to finally start their little ma and pop business they've always wanted all these years, right? So they move to Texas to get it going, and they discover you can have your business up and going in less than 1 day, right? Because there's no bullshit red tape to get. You just
Really?
yeah. I mean, it's amazing how easy to start a business in Texas. There are no regulations about this and that,
Do you guys have cheese curds in Texas? If you don't, I swear to God, I will open a food truck, Big Willy's cheese curds. Okay?
I haven't seen any. I know at least we don't have any cheese curd machines along the side of the road.
Do you have any hush puppies? Could you imagine?
I believe
hush
so. We have some catfish places. Yeah, they have hush
Okay.
Oh, catfish.
There you go. Do they have any vending machines that just serve grits, kind of like the slushies at 7-Eleven, but they're just grits and gravy, biscuits and gravy at the ready?
No, I haven't ever seen.
Oh man, if there was a
Grits out of
biscuits
the
and
machine.
gravy
Over in the
vending
side of the
machine, I might
road.
have to go visit that.
Oh, but yeah, biscuits and gravy are pretty good.
Oh my God! You guys want to know one of my favorite breakfasts ever? Breakfast, like a
Yes.
country fried steak.
Oh,
Like a
yeah.
good country fried steak it can be life changing at times. It's so good if it's done right. If it's done wrong, it's not good.
I
But
don't
country
think I
fried
know
steak-
what a country fried steak is. Is it just a steak that's fried?
In Texas, we call that chicken fried steak.
I was gonna say people have different versions of what their country fried steak is because some people mix meats and beat it into a very thin, very.
Are you saying some
Beat
people
thin.
beat their meat?
so thin.
Before they
beat it
fry
very
it.
hard. And they'll make it big. They'll
Good
take this thing
Lord.
spooky and they'll
take it,
batter
big
it,
meat,
and then they deep fry it.
Deep fried
And
steak.
take it out and they put the pepper gravy on it.
There you
I'm
go.
fucking hungry. What
Chad
is it?
brought me a curd burger one time at work. Shaved 2.3 years off my life.
What is curd? Cheese curds.
Oh, yeah, they don't have these in California either.
Well, she's in California.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't she have friends outside of California? They probably
Lindsay,
bring her
what's
the goods.
cheese curds? I do not know.
They also
but
call it
sounds-
squeaky cheese.
You take it, yeah. Remember, Angels talked about this. You take cheese. Different people have different types of, but
I
usually
love
cheddar. And they take these cubes and they dip them in batter and they deep fry them really quickly and they swell up and then you get this just oozy piece of cheese and you can dip it whatever your flavor sauce that you want and it makes little popping noises because it's still hot inside and cooking with the grease. So healthy, you know.
Wow, man, I'm learning.
See, here where
fried
there's
cheese.
snow, the people in the snow had to learn how to cook food that would ensure that we maintained the,
Yeah, I mean,
the
when you're stuck
needed
in the house, you can't
insulation-
get out.
You needed insulation to survive here.
Chad says, "Big Willy, I'm ready to go into business. Where's
Chad,
the
let's do it.
contract?"
Let's do it, Chad. I'm tired of working for the man.
Cheese curd. Probably the closest analogy would be like mozzarella stick nuggets overcooked.
Yeah. With less breading, though. I don't know how to explain. Take the breading off of a good fish fry, almost.
Yes, yes.
The fish, that kind of breading that you put on your fish when you deep fry or you fry it,
yeah.
like that.
As
It's
long
not
as John
heavy,
Silver's had mozzarella nuggets, it would be that.
flaky with
Yeah.
cheese.
I want
Like
some
I
fried
said,
food.
I will do habanero cheese. I will do pepper jack cheese, buffalo flavored cheese, bacon with
You
the
could-
habanero. Oh,
I'm with you,
man.
Spooky. You could deep fry an old tire and I'd eat it. I love
Man,
it.
I'm hungry now, you guys, talking about this food. Chad says, my body is 40% cheese from the neck down.
man. You ever think about how they came up with cottage cheese? That's a weird one, though, right? That was weird.
Is cottage cheese cheese?
Yeah, it's definitely cheese.
Okay, I mean, I just don't see it.
What?
I don't see the cheese there.
It's curdled.
Oh,
That's why it's chunky. That's why it's the cheese. They let it curdle and then they let it rise. Or if maybe I'm wrong on this, but I thought they let it curdle and they use like the little metal wiring things and they lift up the curds. I
don't like
it's,
that.
it sounds
Cottage
wild,
cheese
but
is
it's so
essentially-
good.
Cottage cheese is essentially curds, which form when an acid curdles the milk and cream.
It's actually
That's
pretty
gonna
healthy
be-
for you. It's
that's
one of the
gonna be a big
healthiest cheese you
no.
can eat.
That used to be like back in the 70s and 80s. That was considered diet food because you'd have that with like some fruit, and that was
Take this
Well,
cottage
in
cheese
fact-
and eat that.
I saw a thing on TV the other day about them making cheese in a factory.
Welcome back, Sonny.
The French
They used to
over here,
throw
Sonny.
the
Get your
whey
way
out from making cheese,
Mhm.
but now they sell it to bodybuilders because apparently it's good for you because it's probably a lot of protein.
yeah.
We
Cheese
might
is no carbs in cheese for the most part.
That's why what was that one diet that everybody was doing? The real big one where it's like you could eat
Keto.
Yeah, and they'd be like, cheese it up. Dude, the people be doing keto eating the wildest things on planet Earth, though. They just be like, here's just cheese, 5 types of cheese mixed with sour cream. It's ridiculous. The
butter
stuff you see in the
and-
media.
yeah.
Yeah, and then they're like,
It's basically meat, cheese, and butter, and some leafy
Honestly.
vegetables if you like every once in a while.
I honestly think I
Other
can
than
survive
that-
on that pretty well. Besides the no carbs, not having the bread, I would do pretty good.
Yeah, I miss potatoes too much. I tried.
Oh.
I was on keto for a while, and I lost a ton of weight. I was in great shape, but man, I just can't keep from walking down that potato chip aisle at the store. It's like, oh.
Yeah, potato chips are good. Anything potato derived or derived
Yes.
from potatoes is good.
Just like the Irish and the Scottish and the Polish.
It's good stuff, man.
They taste good.
Oh, yeah, I love potatoes.
Yep.
Potatoes are more hypoglycemic than sugar.
That is
I
true.
know. You don't go spoiling. You don't
I
spoil
know.
it.
I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry about it. I know somebody here was. Someone here thinking it's keto. You mean I can go keto and eat all the potatoes? I'm like, what? Yeah, man.
Oh, it's not doing his nerd one anymore. Weird. Enzo, it did it again where it doesn't play your nerd one for some reason. It did all the other ones. So strange.
Say that every time.
I swear. No, guys, it really didn't. It really did not. Tell
Yeah,
me,
no
it was
voice
weird.
came out on that one that time.
We all heard it, though. I heard it in my head. That's the funny part. I'm so conditioned when I see that. I just...
Nerd.
Oh my gosh, Angel, that will mess you up. Eating a raw potato with salt? Yo. Bro, you need to get... If you want to have, like, you want an enema, but you don't want to pay for it, that's the way to go. Just eat some raw potato. It will take care of the rest for you. Nerd!
There. Now it's working.
It's working now.
Well,
I mean, is a potato, sweet potato, more of a squash, or you think it's still a potato?
It's still
it's
a root.
still
No,
potato.
it's a root vegetable. Squash is like a gourd.
Been eating a lot of sweet potatoes. I just finished them off.
But aren't
yesterday.
all things root-based?
aren't all things
Not-
root based?
Roots grow under the ground, and
Yeah, that's how I tell the difference. The roots go under the ground, and the non-roots grow above the ground.
Yeah, but it's still root-based, so everything's root-based. And to Sarah's point,
all
it is
plants are.
based.
What kind of roots are you talking about?
Well, potatoes we know grow in the ground, right? Just like pineapples. Pineapples are probably a root-based thing, too. They grow in the plant. Pineapple plant.
Are you
the
talking
pineapple
Kunchikin
part is
kind of roots?
Do you find
Oh
this
my
disturbing?
God! I thought those were two breasts for a second.
Look at her hands are bloody.
Oh my God! Oh yeah.
This is
Wow.
the latest
What?
advertisement campaign from couture designer Balenciaga.
What the hell is it
No,
supposed to be?
any of the words you just said. I'm just kidding. Some
Sorry about
an Italian designer. I'm taking it.
I just wanted to know: do you find this offensive, or because Balenciaga's getting canceled because of this right now?
Why? I don't get it.
Is there a heading?
Something about being sensitive to children, and they
So
must
what?
they must be into satanic rituals and shit.
What
Does
was
that
the
mean that-
heading? Is there context picture?
Here is Lada Volkova, a top designer for Balenciaga and Adidas.
I knew she was Russian.
are those cheekbones real, or is
Look
that a
at
special
those
effect?
cheekbones, man. That is like duck face times 1,000. That's pretty.
Well, I mean,
odd.
it is a weird thing, but you know, like that's kind of the weird. That's what that whole industry is that they get pushed the limit and
They
someone's
try
got
to
stand out.
shock you.
Who just
Yeah.
mentioned that she was Russian?
Well, to be fair, I said we don't know that could be
Well-
she could be Lithuanian, she could be Czechoslovakian, you know, with last.
I watched Austin Powers last night. You know, and he does all the things that are at the beginning where you learn all the names, of all these chicks, and they're going to be in the movie.
Yeah.
And they had one the other night was really good. Ivana Humpalot.
Mhm.
Ivana Humpalot.
Ivana Hump a lot.
Ivana Humpalot.
Oh
I
man.
thought that was funny. I thought it was funny. Good
Oh
times.
man, dude, how long have you been live, Sonny?
We was waiting on
3.5
Chad.
hours.
We were waiting on Chad.
Do you find this disturbing?
Oh, the man with the biggest neck.
Damn.
Man who went viral in 2018 for his mugshot was arrested again on stalking charges. Can you imagine if that dude was stalking you, man?
You
Jesus
know,
Christ.
that's got to be one of these double YY chromosome dudes, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually
I'll tell you,
kind of
I'll tell you
like
this
that,
right now. That man is never going to get a concussion in his life ever, though.
Right?
No.
Ever. Because his neck ain't going nowhere to allow that brain to... It's going to be fast and tight.
Yeah.
I imagine he can only say no and never yes.
That guy could make Sylvester Stallone look like a fucking Rhodes Scholar.
Actually, kind of look
You
like
know what I mean?
that snakehead stone thing that we saw earlier. And
Oh, that's
Interesting.
true. He could be a descendant.
Isn't that guy used to hang out with that kid with the skinny neck? There's a kid, him and this other kid, and the really heavy set dude that he would let everybody kick him in the balls. All three of those guys used to run really tight together.
Really?
what cartoon was this?
What are you talking about?
Guys, I'm telling you, this is early 2000s.
Is this Rocky and Bullwinkle we're talking about, or what?
Talking about
What a
Jackass?
cartoon. It was basically a spin-off of that.
Knock off Jackass.
Do you think anybody's ever tried to choke him out?
With what?
Possible.
Do you find this disturbing?
I love the video clip of this guy making fun of her. Because they measured it, isn't it like a 3.5-inch tongue or whatever? Have you never seen the video of this guy on TikTok? Making fun of it? All right, I'm going to pull this up because I think we can play stuff from TikTok with audio, right?
She like catch flies with that, or
You wouldn't need a dog if you had her. I mean,
What the hell are you using labia for?
Flavia.
Oh boy.
The Wonder Dog.
It's labia. I call her labia.
The Wonder Dog. Jojo getting turned.
What the fuck?
yeah, it's Flavia. Excuse me. Flavia the one.
percolating coffee over there. What was that?
That was me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Coffee was bubbling.
Yes. Look at this comment from the Chad Smith podcast. Sonny, be careful with Spooky. He's sharing from Twitter.
Oh shit!
Uh,
Don't set no one's ass on fire, Spooky.
Oh no, I learned my lesson. I know I'm one episode away from having to do the show from my channel.
Are things? What's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Do they turn them into money somehow? Is there a way you can make your Twitter stuff pay off? Or
Monetize?
is there no way to do? Yeah, monetize. Thank you, Professor Enzo. That was the word I was looking for. Monetize.
I guess
Talk
Elon Musk
amongst yourselves.
Elon Musk has been talking about using Twitter to monetize people's stuff, not necessarily just from their tweets, but he's basically wanting to turn Twitter into like an everything app where it also does videos like YouTube does. It also can raise money through a bank kind of thing like Patreon, where it also you can sell stuff like you can with
Marketplace.
all those kind of online kind of things like that where you put stuff out there. So that's what he's aiming for. He has mentioned that that's part of that monetization process, which in order to start it, you need to pay that $8 to get your blue check mark so that you're verified. They know that you're a real person behind that account. So that way the money would go to a real person.
Wow.
Oh my God.
That's why there's been the race amongst the commoners to get their blue check mark, and the chosen ones that have been getting their blue check marks magically are screaming because they're no longer relevant.
I don't understand everybody getting mad at him because I rather enjoy some of his interviews. He's an interesting guy, He has interesting things to say.
I think the biggest qualm people have is that he bought Twitter to make it all about free speech, so that he was going to turn Twitter into a free speech, and then he goes on there talking about his political who he chooses, his which side he chooses, and I think that
there's free speech though.
Yeah, but
if he doesn't edit anybody else's shit out, You know, it's probably
Yeah. There's a lot of other reasons.
okay.
This video's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just put it this way: people are turning in their Teslas.
Really?
Bro, we get so many Teslas here in Michigan. It's ridiculous.
Really?
Or a sick amount. Doesn't even make sense.
I thought they didn't work well in the cold.
I don't know what their plan is, but there's a ton of them out here. There's a vendor right by it. There's a dealership right up the road from me. And we get
Really?
a ton of them. Just
Well,
These tongue
eventually
videos are
they'll
ridiculous.
get it filled out. I mean, I think the battery technology isn't quite there yet.
I agree.
That's really
We
the
need to-
holdback.
That's actually what's holding a lot of things back. Is once they invent way better batteries than what we currently have,
Right.
that's gonna change a lot of things.
Yeah, this thing about waiting at these charging stations is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Man,
that's dumb.
it's horrible when you
I
have
think
to. You get in these lines and there's just car after car after car and you have to wait. You're forced to do it.
Yeah.
Now, will they charge on 120 volts just take forever? At a just a regular like 30 amp service or something?
Yeah, they have step up transfer. They have it's what do they call it? Part of their system. I'm sure they have a separate system specifically for like home charging your Tesla, but they try incorporating in. They call it the Tesla wall, which is basically like a house battery that charges that, and then that steps up the voltage and everything else to charge the car. So you're not going straight out of the wall.
So it's kind of like a
It's basically like
power
having a
backup
Tesla
for your home.
It's like having a Tesla car battery mounted in your garage that's constantly being charged, and when you drive home at the end of the day, you plug into that, so you're charging off of the battery. Versus,
yeah, it's faster too.
Yes,
you're charging off of a battery probably. Well, but you have to worry about the battery exploding, or hoping somebody did. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, the most dangerous part about Teslas now is when people just let them drive themselves and they like just go crazy. See that thing a couple of weeks ago where the one took off? It just started auto driving by itself, just screaming down the road through towns and everything else.
Whoa! Runaway car.
Pretty much.
There's an old, I guess, city lore story that I can tell you. It's real simple. It said the first and second automobiles in New York City ran into each other. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I've heard it a number of times. I don't know if
I've heard that tale as well. The only two motorized vehicles in the world for the most part.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you run into each other.
Yeah.
To be fair, they're dodging around like horse-drawn carts and stuff like that. So I imagine something that had to do with it. But there were no, back in those days, there were no like rules of the road and stoplights and, lines on the street to where you're supposed to be and all that.
You see that if every now and then a Tesla car goes nuts and somebody dies, it's still a lot safer than human beings driving. I mean, statistically.
The thing that a lot of people, I guess where the big this is where your AI stuff comes in. The people that are pro or anti-AI is eventually a self-driving car is going to have to make a decision to, it's just the situation to hit the person crossing at the crosswalk or hitting the school bus kind of a thing, where it's going to have to make that split-second decision. Well, the one person in the crosswalk versus the school bus full of kids kind of a thing. So it's choosing to kill one person instead of maybe injuring several children.
Well, let's go around the panel real quick and ask here. Big Willy, what would you choose?
Well, whatever the right option is in that moment.
Oh, no, that's bullshit.
So the question is to kill one person or multiple people? Is that the question?
Is to risk certain death of one person or risk certain injury to a large number of people.
Well, I mean, I suppose you got to aim for another vehicle. Spooky, I think you're muted
Well-
if you're trying to talk to us.
Is the guy trying to hurry across the crosswalk, or is he fucking holding me up?
Yeah, because for real. I'll tell you right now, because you know what pisses me off?
Sonny wants to put a little moral judgment into his decision.
Yeah.
Listen,
Does the Tesla have a little arm that comes out and grabs his wallet as you speed away?
I'm a nice guy, but I'll tell you something. You want to piss Big Willy off? I'll tell you how you do it real quick. You walk out of a store, and you know how there's the walk spots where we walk out of the store and there's 4 doors, whatever. And people, instead of walking a straight line to just get across the spot where cars are driving, they walk on these angles. They like start taking like 30-degree angles on their walk, you know, and they're just going along. Those people, if I was in a Tesla, I'd be like, it's in God's hands. You know, I don't know what happens here at this point.
You say perhaps Tesla would be doing us a service if he just wiped those people out.
I mean, do we need that breeding again? People that have no understanding of that there's other people in the world and things are going around.
We kind of call this social engineering.
I think they had another term for that with some other people way back in the day that we don't use anymore.
Yeah. There's other terms. Agreed. Yeah, those aren't politically correct. But social engineering is. I'm going to socially engineer some people out of existence.
Can happen.
Okay.
I had a...
Okay, Sonny. What would you do, Sonny?
I already told you.
You'd wipe them out. You'd want to know if that person's screwing around with you in the crosswalk.
Yep.
Basically.
Good one, Jake.
Let's put that up there again. I didn't see it.
That's also funny. Dang it.
That's funny. Is that true, Jake? Is that true? Is Jake?
It's difficult to believe.
I mean, Ford wasn't the smartest guy. He was just really good at having connections, and that's why he did that test. He said he called in the news media, and he brought them all in, and he said, I dare you, I bet you, and I can't remember how much he bet. He said, ask me any question in the world, any question, and I'll answer it for you. And he had all these phones set up on his desk, and whatever question they asked, he'd call them. And he said, it's not about what you know in life, it's about who you know, and about forming a good relationship with that person.
I think he's probably right. Yeah.
So he was
That's
like
another
Edison.
way of
He
getting
didn't really
to
invent
say-
anything. He just knew how to market it.
Mm-hmm.
It's another way of saying, basically, what you want to do is have other people do the work, and you take the money.
I mean, that's what we all
That's
do, right?
the way to make it work. I mean,
Holly, go down.
We work the weekdays and we get the weekend of the deal, huh? We get the weekend. I'm just kidding.
I had an old supervisor when I was in the Air Force that the office I was in was heavy computer use. We were building spreadsheets, all of us, and doing different things and things like that. That was unusual for the 90s. And my supervisor is like, hey, I don't need to know how any of this stuff works. I just need to surround myself with people that do.
Mm-hmm. This is interesting coming factoid from Chad Smith podcast. He said he also wouldn't hire you if you salted your food before trying it first.
Yeah,
I've heard that story.
I had this is very random, but I'm going to share it with you guys. I had a customer. I'm just looking at the pictures from last winter. Here, look at this. This is my work van. I went inside with a customer for about 15, 20 minutes, and I came out to this. Just ice and snow, right? But the main reason I want to show you this is that they said they were having an issue with their dishwasher, a little issue with the door, and they were hoping I could help them out. And this is legitimately what I walked into.
What the fuck is that?
Wow.
what happened, man?
It's on there.
They said, this came a little loose.
Did you give him a proper roll of duct tape instead of painter's tape?
I wanted to know. I tried not to laugh my hardest first, okay?
Somebody tripped
I've got a
hell
dishwasher.
on that dishwasher.
But I was like, where's the front? It's not even it's nowhere around. They had the roller, the rags, but
Did they think it was like a diving board when it was open and just crush it?
I don't know. Just know that I just wanted to share that. It just popped up in my memories. And I was like, oh man, that was a great time.
You know,
couldn't fix that.
That's one of
anybody
those
who
things I've always wanted to know about you is asking those kind of questions. Is what's the craziest, nuttiest thing you've seen out there?
I was just getting ready to say, anybody who deals with the public as part of their job has incredible stories to tell. They don't even understand how good they are, usually, because they're just acclimated to the public, right? My brother had a bunch of dealing with the public stories. He was a manager for Target stores for years. Target. Yeah. And he has dozens of stories to tell about dealing with the public. And the other thing is dealing with the rent-a-cops that you hire in the holidays. Because half those guys come in drunk or whatever. You know what I mean? They're just people. You know, they're just
a bad person.
Yeah, they just want to get out and make a little extra money, you know, and they're burned out because, you know, who knows what they do during the week. God bless them. You know. Speaking of
burned
which,
down, Sonny.
I think we're gonna have to end this thing.
I was gonna say we hung in there for Chad.
Yep. He waited 3 hours and 50 minutes. So
he's working on the morning show. I got to do one in the morning. I think that's what he's doing.
What morning show?
I don't know if that makes me good with the public.
The Chad Smith podcast?
And JoJo is going to be live in the morning, right?
Yeah, I'm live.
Taco Titty Tequila Tuesday, baby.
That's right. Oh, that would be good. That would be good. Breakfast Taco Tuesday.
I tell people every day. I wish them hashtag
breakfast burrito.
Taco Titty Tequila Tuesday.
Oh yes, breakfast burrito. But it doesn't rhyme as well. Breakfast burrito Tuesday.
Maybe Fritos.
Fritos.
JoJo.
Wait a minute. Tuesday. What food goes with Tuesday?
Hey, you guys have made me hungry tonight.
Tacos.
You know, when it started was when y'all mentioned biscuits and gravy.
Oh man.
Biscuits and gravy is a southern joy. Southern
So
and
is-
Midwestern joy.
So you got to agree with me that it's got to be done right. It can't be one of
agree,
these
definitely.
thin, milky, gravy. It's got to be like a real yes.
Yeah, get the half and half
The
out.
spoon stands up in the bowl.
Right.
Exactly.
More proof that
Right.
men like them thick. I mean,
With
to each their own, but I'm just saying.
You know,
we
I
like a
salt
lot
and
of
pepper
things
mine.
thick.
I heavily pepper mine, but I also now put a little bit of red pepper in it.
Ooh.
That really
little
heats
spice,
it up.
little
Just some, not
caliente.
too much. You know, and it's like, wow, that's
JoJo, are you
nice.
saying you like your gravy dark? You like it
Oh,
real
look what
dark like
Nikki
your
says.
coffee?
Nikki's contribution: midnight margaritas are better. And hey, who would argue that?
Nikki.
Hey.
All right.
I just learned you were a lady
Nick
tonight, to be honest. I legitimately always thought this was a dude because I just seen hairy man hoaxes and hoodwinks.
Oh, I love Nikki. She's awesome addition to the family. She rocks.
Oh, yeah.
Click on
Her
her thing
show's
over here on
great.
YouTube, and I'll go subscribe right now.
Awesome. We got some new
That
subscribers
talks-
tonight. We helped others get new subscribers tonight. We did our duty
Yeah.
tonight.
Sharing the love.
Yep.
Yeah, I sent nipple pictures to Sonny. I mean,
Nipple
You did.
pictures.
I'm subscribed. I'm subscribed now, Nicole.
That'd be nip pics.
It wasn't that much. He acted like it was so much. I'll have you know, I sent those to Chad and Jake and Posky, so you're not that special. And they loved them. They loved it.
Well-
Every second of it.
It's not nipples aren't the issue. It's hairy nipples.
Well, these were, I don't know. Let Sonny
The
be the
hairy
determiner on
nipples
that.
really push it.
The areolas, I think were hair clean. I'm not sure. Sonny can,
They weren't areolas. They were just areolas.
but the chest hair was there, right, Sonny? The right amount.
That's right.
Like Burt Reynolds. I don't know what I'm talking about this one.
Sean Connery.
Oh, behave, babe.
Sean Connery just saying anything is hilarious. Like if he could have ever done a Taco Bell commercial ad, or just any,
Oh, God.
or a weed ad, like for any
Oh,
gummies.
like that one comedian would do him on Saturday Night Live. The guy was so good at it. I forget. who it
Yeah.
was.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Playing Jeopardy.
Yep, on
Yeah,
Jeopardy.
playing Jeopardy. That was so
hilarious.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like normal Donald doing Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
He did the best Burt Reynolds.
Norm
Hilarious.
Oh man, Norm Macdonald. Yeah, he was good.
He was
Yeah,
just
he
a
was.
funny guy. God, that's that guy.
Guys,
He
I
had a
think
show for a while. That's really good.
I'm shutting it down, guys.
No, you got to go to 4 solid, Sonny.
4 solid.
Make it
can do
match
that.
everything else you got.
5 minutes. You got.
We can do that. We can do 5 minutes.
You can do 5 minutes, Sonny.
gotta
Come on,
work.
you can stick it out.
Hey,
Give her the old
hey.
5.
I'm
On
watching
the
the
clock.
temperature. I'm watching the temperature drop out here. It's getting colder.
How,
and colder.
what is it
I
right now?
just,
What is it? What's the temp?
47.
Holy shit! It's colder there than it is here. It's 52 here.
It's 37 here where I'm at. But we drink our coffee. We drink it dark.
In that room.
No, but I know your pain, Sonny. Remember? Did I ever show you guys the horror story of a place that I used to record in?
Which one?
No.
Oh,
The old studio?
My old studio? Oh, let me send you some pictures
Basement?
here. It was bad. It would get so cold. There was a hole in the wall. It went straight out underneath the part. It was like the under wall porch part. And it would get so cold, and I'd go down there. There'd be frost on my screen sometimes. I'd have to
What?
oh yeah. There'd be ice when I'd be talking. There'd be sometimes from the moisture difference. So when I come back down, there'd be little icicle pieces there sometimes.
There's
Break 'em off,
always room
snack
for
on
pie.
'em.
Lindsay, go for it. Pumpkin pie. Yeah, you can squeeze it.
Yeah, you go, girl. You go for that pie. That
Got a
was,
few
was
inches left in the top of your esophagus. It'll fit.
when JoJo was just a little boy. It was his favorite pie. And
Really?
I couldn't say the word pumpkin. I called it brown pie. Give me some of that brown pie.
I like that.
It was from Cleveland. Oh,
Brown pie.
brown.
It's good.
Brown
This
pie.
has been a lot of fun. Sonny, thank you so much, man, for bringing us all together.
Sweet potato pie. Hey, we
I
still got 3
had nothing
minutes.
else. I had nothing else
Yeah, you
planned for
can't
Monday
shut
night.
this
Hey,
down.
this was fun. It was a good
Yeah.
show.
And
Out.
Enzo's background is really putting me in that Christmas mood. Look at that.
Yeah, he
You
said
see
that's
that
all he's
going on.
decorating.
Is it this one or this one?
Well, I like the one with the snow falling.
Snow. This.
Yeah. Now, is that a live camera or is that a
Oh
film
no,
loop?
it's a loop.
Okay.
It's a little house back there though.
I found it, Sonny. I'm gonna send these to you right now.
What?
I'm gonna send you what it looked like. This is the little itty bitty room that I recorded in. I'm gonna. Oop. This is the. Oh my gosh! Sorry, guys. I'm gonna send it to you so we can end this on how small and sad this place was.
You want me to pull
You
it
have
up?
2 minutes.
Play it?
I'm gonna send it. I'm sending it to Sonny right now. Which then I think I can share it myself once I do that. I think, right, Sonny?
Sure.
Okay, guys. So you guys remember all the shows I used to do with you guys, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I was coming from this. What I send to Sonny here? What is this? This is the wrong thing. The other thing's still sending, I think.
Lindsay's asking the question.
It's trying. It's loading the video. It's almost there, and then I'm gonna share it, guys. Oh, here I'll half share this because this will just tease just a little bit of the. What am I trying to look at here? Oh, here we go. You ready? Look at this. These are the videos I sent. Oh, we can't look at that. Okay, here we go.
Oh, I told you he was sending
So-
me porn. You guys didn't believe me.
Look at that.
Okay. I don't know if it'll play with the audio or not, so you guys have to let me know. And you don't need to even hear me. Actually, I'll just mute this crap. So this little room was down in the basement. That's what I was in. Had no lights, had no cooling. There was a big hole in the wall back here and in the bottom. And I had a tape. It was so messed up in there. That's
That was your
the place I
studio,
got
you're
it from.
saying.
Oh yeah,
It's not black
that water
water,
line
is it?
busted
That's where
open
you-
one time. leaked all over me while I was doing a show.
Man, you could kill someone in that place.
Oh, 100%. Look at how tiny it was.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's not a basement.
Oh, that was the room off of a basement, and that's where I
That's a
got
water
put in a
closet.
hole. And that's where I was hit.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeesh.
So glad to be in a house. No.
I
We made
actually have
it
an
4
extra room I
hours.
can do this from. Yeah, we
420. It was
420.
420 seconds when you said that.
Thank you all so much.
Good night.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
all right.
I feel
yeah.
like
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
I
you,
need to
chat.
find an outro before we do this.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you all the new people that showed up at the chat, all our old friends, everybody. We love it.
all
We
the
love
new
you.
ones, old
We
ones.
thank you.
Thank you all. We'll see you next time. We'll figure out what days we're going to be going on and what time, and we'll add some more days to the chop shop.
Remember, stay vaxxed and get waxed.
That's right. Peace out, y'all.
Yeah.